Hello. Hello. How are we all today? On this beautiful Sunday. Cheers. Fucking quote machine. I love it. Smith, my dude, thank you for that 10-month Prime sub. Mwah. I appreciate it. Well, yeah, yesterday's session was a thing. Lots of things happened, but with that, yeah, it brings into today's episode 48. Fucking hell, episode 48 of Pariahs. More spores. Well, I'm sure that's not going to bite the other party in the backside today. We'll see. Hello.
Hi.
That was a very croaky hi there, Callie.
Hi.
That's better.
Was that you making fun of me?
No.
It sounded like yeah,
No.
like my southern accent.
No.
That's shrimp.
Vehicle.
Cement.
See, this is the problem. I can't do it without slipping into the Rudy. Cement.
I don't even notice it half the time that I'm pronouncing it that way, but I love that you guys get a kick out of it.
Oh, no, how are we all? Are we all good?
Indeed.
Marvellous. Well, I've not really got much to waffle about this at the start of today's session, so I'm just going to kick straight off. Cypher, what happened last week?
Some stuff and a few things, and well, here we are.
Cool, let's begin.
Let's go! If only it was that easy. Alright, so last week we started out with Desmond picking up the fallout of the Asturian Chronicles crew, fucking sort of delivering what they were meant to deliver. It had everything in there that was required, and then some, including organic matter, which Desmond promptly cut open to find his brain so he could consume it, because, well, that boy crazy.
That's what Desmond do.
It's what he does, you know?
Yeah.
I think it's Cypher's fault, you know? One day he shows him spiders, the crunchy. He's like, yeah. Yes, spiders crunchy. What else can I eat?
You should eat this.
I done fucked up, Ron. But yeah, nonchalantly, he found what was it? Organic pockets of minerals.
Yeah, probably the best way of putting it. Slush and mush of the various components needed. Some half digested, others just whole.
So yeah, he separated them from some of the organic matter and brought them downstairs. Cypher tried to have Timothy sorted. He made a mess. I'm not surprised.
No.
It's about as much use in death as he was in life.
That's fair.
Yeah. And then we all, well, prompted by Cypher being like, hey, Vanya, you should really learn some magic from the coroner for no apparent reason and no justification. But you should definitely go do that.
Yeah.
She was all in 100%.
She was, and you know what? Desmond joined in as well, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm going to talk to Corin as well." And Save was like, "Good, because I'm rolling terribly today."
And there was some bad rolls. There was some very bad rolls.
Yeah, there was. But that
2
last one, I
9s?
got it. Yeah, 2 9s. It was same roll twice, and then I think it was like an 18 or something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah.
It was decent. So yeah, while Desmond, he was asking about the organic thing that he ate, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that was the general direction.
Full of cat hairball regurgitation sounds. There was Vanya learned levitation magic and using the cloak of tongues as a parachute.
Oh my god.
Probably not a great idea when Desmond's just hocked up a fucking organic hairball.
She
Full of
didn't
bad
think
shit.
that one through.
No.
Yeah.
No, not at all. Yeah, that was memes.
Yeah. That's a sensation she'll never forget. But it worked out for the best. Cypher got what he wanted. Vanya got more than what she wanted. Although she couldn't learn everything she wanted to know because she needs to learn Abyssal to learn her glyph magic that she wanted. But she did get a levitation spell force-fed into her brain directly. It's very invasive and it
Yes.
hurts. Yeah. And I do believe Desmond had to carry the poor little bugger all the way back home. Meanwhile, Garrett was terrorizing the poor botanist. What's she ever done to us? Huh? That Garrett?
Well.
What's she ever?
Well. I mean,
That's
some of what's happened in the Piker could kind of be attested to the botanist.
yeah, true. But Garrett was there to. I can't believe I'm going to say these words. He wanted more positivity.
See, you guys can't deny that Vanya is just, the heart of this team. I'll leave it at that.
It all comes full circle.
Yeah.
Starts
Somebody
with Vanya.
talking? Sorry, what?
Oh, savage.
Wow. But yeah, so Garrett got some spores from the botanist that he then grew and got back. But before they got back, chat thought they were clever and they're like, haha, pickpocket. And they're like, no. See, now you've just condemned this innocent little goblin to death. A very horrible and vicious death that are going to take weeks to concoct. And it's all your fault, chat.
Monsters.
Fuck him. But he's in a cage now with Krieger. So swings and roundabouts. At least Krieger's got company.
Yeah, someone to somewhat talk to now, in spite of it being a little bit lispy, but lispy.
Misery loves company.
Yeah.
And that's about it. However, yon Reza was away elsewhere, engaged doing stuff and things.
Yeah. I think that pretty much sums up last week's episode.
Pretty much.
So with that,
It's like I've
really,
done this before.
mate, it's like you've been doing it for 48 plus potentially like however many episodes previously.
Let's not count. I'll
Yeah.
just get sad.
Yeah. I should employ you as like a professional recapper.
Yeah, how much you paying?
I pay you in fun and good times.
Jip.
Gypped.
Silver and job, I hear that's the going, right?
Yeah. Yeah. 2 silver's the going rate. I'm on board with that. 2 silver, maybe a couple of copper if you do well.
It's alright. Fucking price of silver and copper is way up.
Yeah. I mean, it's all right. That's fair, actually. Okay, so with that said, you were all on a 3-day downtime for Eon long rest. The first in, what was it, like 7 or 8 episodes?
84 years.
It's been
something like-
84 years. So in that case then, you've all got stuff that you want to do and say. Who wants to go first? Where are we going?
I do not have a preference.
Congratulations.
You go first.
Where do we find
Okay.
ourselves, Reza?
Well, Reza has just given instructions to the poor fuckers that Garrett sent over, or were sent by the Folly to help excavate out the old Spyglass Tavern in Piker.
All right. In that case, then, we find ourselves in the tight, narrow streets and alleys of the Piker district. At this point, there's a quite a large movement of people. Life seems to slowly be returning to the streets, but with the exception of how to put this, those who didn't take well to the medication provided to clear them of their addiction to the Obsidian Veil. On the corners of each street lie carts, not so much completely full of corpses, but there are a large amount of bodies that are being piled up onto wagons by red and beige robed individuals. And in a large courtyard in the centre of the Piker district that can be seen for perhaps even miles around, with the sky glowing a dull orangey crimson colour from the bodies that are currently being burnt. Reza, as you step out of the ruins of the Spyglass Tavern, at this point only a single person would be in tow, and that would be Killian.
Alright, Killian, take me back to that den of iniquity where your master lost his life.
Oh, now, I'm not exactly say that is, master, business partner, perhaps, but yeah.
Semantics, let's go, come on.
All right, that's fine. Are you sure it's safe leaving Rurik in charge of that lot?
Killian?
Yeah.
This is a test. How do I know if I can trust Rurik if he doesn't perform?
Oh, I mean, he'll perform, whether or not it's exactly what you want, without someone watching his every move, but...
Well, then I will have learnt something about him, won't I?
Killian slowly begins to nod, scratches his chin. Alright, that's fair. Alright, well, in that case, then, this way. He begins to lead you through the alleys back towards the old storehouse / operations den of the Verdant Posse. Taking the key out of his pocket, he unlocks the door and motions for you to step inside. Ladies first.
Thank you.
closes the door behind and steps inside. And as you enter the first room, you see it's pretty dark in here. Killian motions over towards his desk and begins to light a few of the candles. So, what are we thinking? What do you want? What do you need?
We need a place that is, I guess, disposable in a way to take care of a little outstanding matter with Ilya and the iron, whatever they're called.
Alright. I mean, this place is pretty fucking disposable, to be honest with you.
Precisely.
Yeah? Alright, yeah. I'm glad we see eye to eye.
Question for the DM. Is this the place that also had the barrels of
Veil and things.
veil in it? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. And the entrance to the sewers at the back.
Yes. All right. So, Killian, you are going to find some people to help you do two things. One, get all those barrels of obsidian veil up here and ready for transport so Vanya can use them with her efforts. Because we
Alright.
need more of the drug to make the cure. And then second, you are going to, I don't care how you do it. Well, let me not say that. We need to block up this exit to the sewers. Understood?
Aye, shouldn't be a problem. Am I alright to grab a few of the old scroats that are helping around the spyglass to do it, or do you want me to just...
Yes. No, absolutely. Give them, promise them another 2 copper apiece for helping out.
Alright. Consider it done then. That's, shouldn't take me too long. I'll probably get it done in a day with the help of a few of them, so... Yeah.
All right. Excellent. I am going to sit in your chair here and relax while you do that.
Right. I'll do my best not to wake you up then when I come charging in with all the fucking builders and masons to, do actual work. Right. Alright. I'll see you in a bit.
Very well.
Killian looks over you, Reza, glances at the chair, glances just off towards the edge where there's a small straw bed that he'd used previously when he was doing business. Opens his mouth to say something, stops himself, and then offers a bow. And then walks
Yes.
off. No.
What was that?
It's all right. Just don't look, under the bed. There's things that are probably a little bit, not. Don't worry about it. And with that, he steps out into the drizzle of the Piker district. He looks up at the sky, sighs a little bit, throws his hood up, and makes his way back towards the spyglass, leaving you completely on your own.
Reza is, of course, going to look under the bed. You put it there. I'm going to play along. Let's see how badly this fucks me up.
You reach under the bed and you extract a small wooden chest, only about a foot long by about half a foot tall, and just a small keepsake box.
Is it locked or trapped?
No, there's just a small metal latch that hooks into a loop just to keep it closed, so it's not locked, and you don't sense any arcane emanations from it.
So it's just the latch, so she
It's
could
just a latch. Yeah.
So she looks at the chest and she says, I'm thinking to herself, it's not locked. I'm not going to bother with this. So she just shoves it back under the bed where she found it.
Okay.
And then she proceeds to sit in the chair, and I think in her years of undeath, she has mastered the art of dozing with her eyes open. So as people come and go doing the work she is ordered to do in this place over the next however period of time, she's just going to be sitting there and looking like she's staring at them, and they don't know whether or not she is sleeping. and it's going to be incredibly unnerving.
A multitude of workers coming, in and out. Every time they step in, they look at you like, sorry, Bob. We won't be long, I promise. We're nearly done. We're nearly done. And I would imagine the response they get is...
Excuse me, Reza does not snore.
Yeah, just with a cold glance in their general direction, they keep their heads down, looking towards the floorboards, and the work is done pretty quickly. Perhaps even quicker, considering they don't want to be in the presence of someone staring at them each time they want to bring materials in from outdoors.
So, in that way, she's able to rest and motivate her crew to work as efficiently as possible.
Okay.
So how long does it take? Did you say it was going to take for all the stuff she'd ordered to be completed?
In that room, it would probably, I would say, about a day for them to get everything
Okay,
fully
about a
prepared.
day. All right.
Maybe a little less, considering they're petrified of having you stare at them every time they walk in and out of the building. Anything?
So,
yep, go on.
when the work is done, she will rise and inspect the work. I assume someone would come to her and say they were done.
Yeah, it most likely be Killian. Now, are you staying there for the entire day? Well, for the entire time period this is done?
Yes.
Okay. Brilliant. I would say 7, 8, maybe even 9 or so hours pass, and this work is completed. Reza, with you still being in the chair, Killian's stood in front of you in arms folded, looking. Speaks your name, no response, and he starts to tilt his head to the side a little bit. Are you just being rude for for the sake? He'll reach forward and try and poke you.
She grabs his finger.
Oh, all right. So you can, yeah. Morning. No. Work's done, but I've been out for a while. Good news or bad news first?
Bad.
Bad. Right. Shit, thought you were going to say that. Rurik's had a little bit of a complication.
Oh? Is he dead?
Base. No.
Good.
No, he's yeah, well that's yeah. He's not dead, but he's perhaps indisposed at the moment. Which brings us on to the good news. Zara said to tell you it wasn't rats.
Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah. But that's the good news. The bad news, so basically, something down there was. I've not seen it myself, but they captured something. 2 things down there. One's dead. One they captured. Supposedly the team that went down into the basement got pretty roughed up by whatever was down there.
I see. Well, that's really not my problem, is it? Right, so you still have personal belongings in this place, do you not?
Yeah, I do. A couple of bits and pieces, and yeah.
Right, do you want to continue to live in this place? Or would you rather relocate?
It depends on the location, but if you're going to give me somewhere a little bit more pleasant, that's not a shithole that smells of fucking Obsidian Vale, then by all means, I'll be happy to accept.
Well, it depends on your definition of pleasant. I would like you to take up residence in the Spyglass.
Right. He scratches his chin and thinks for a moment. Granted, it's a fucking husk at the minute, but care and attention, maybe a couple of weeks, and it'll be more than livable. All right, I can cope with a week or so's hardship in a burnt-out ruin of a building, and at least I guess I can sort of point the construction team in the right direction. I'm sure you wouldn't mind if a certain room was a couple of feet longer and wider than they originally anticipated.
You are reading my mind already.
Killian grins.
Perfect. Right, so this is excellent. You will be on site to make sure everything proceeds smoothly, and you will right now, take your belongings and give me the key to this place.
Okay. I'll give you the key first. It's been a pleasure doing business. He takes the key from a piece of string around his neck and offers it towards you, Reza.
Thank you.
He then spends a few moments just tidying up the ledgers, scrolls, and bits and pieces from his desk that he puts into a small sack before reaching under his bed and taking out this small wooden keepsake box. Tucks it under his arm. Not really got a great deal, clothing. I'll just buy some more. Most of that's, well, you ever tried and got the stench of Vale out your clothes? You may as well burn the damn things.
I can't say that I have. Right, well, good to know that I can use whatever's left here as kindling, should I need it.
Part of me wants to ask. The other part knows better. So on that, he gives you a wave, turns on his heels and heads towards the door.
Reza will take a look around and think to herself, yes, this will do nicely. And then she will depart and lock it up and head back to the Folly.
Okay. So, just to clear things up, it sounds like you're taking it relatively easy through all this. Nothing overly strenuous.
Yeah, it's a nice little vacation.
Are you getting enough sleep at night? Obviously, it seems to be that and more.
Well, she slept most of 9 hours because nobody could tell she wasn't awake.
All right. I will say, due to the fact that you're taking this annoyingly easy, I will give you a long rest.
You are too kind.
I know.
I can hear the other people reeing.
I felt like all my trolling efforts were for naught.
They were. They were indeed.
Yep. It's funny because me and Callie have just been watching the memes pop up for the last week, just chuckling to ourselves.
You conspiring bitches.
Ah, yes.
It's been delightful.
Okay, so with Reza heading back towards the Folly, I'll probably come back to you in a little while if you want. the rest of you. Any volunteers?
Well, Vanya is going to be woken up from her intense slumber because she needed the rest from all of the knowledge that got bestowed upon her in her head. So she wakes up, she's gonna tidy herself up, and then she's gonna set out to find Cypher to make sure that she's remembering correctly what happened.
Cypher's in the Undercroft.
All right.
May I share something with chat real quick?
Of course.
You saw I got 3 hit dice back with that long rest. I'm still down 1. Still down 1. Okay, proceed.
Solution chuckles in GM. All right, so Vanya, you begin to make your, you glance through the upper floors of the Folly and into the Folly proper, trying to find Cypher. Seeing no sign of him, you head through the kitchen, past Francis, who is in his usual fervour of making bone meal bread. He's got a somewhat pensive look on his face, as if something's not quite right. You just hear this muttering of, a bit more than that. I don't think I've used that much. And you continue on, heading into the basement and finally into the Undercroft.
Cypher! Are you down here?
No.
Cypher?
What?
You are down here.
The fact that I responded to you should have alluded to the fact.
But why'd you say... No, listen, that's not what I'm down here for. I need you to help me kind of remember what happened yesterday. Did I eat brains? What in the what?
No, but you could probably still taste it, right?
Yeah, like.
Yeah, for some reason you thought it'd be a good idea to use the Cloak of Tongues as a way to stop you from falling.
I was in the air, wasn't I?
You were floating. Or levitating.
Oh,
I don't know what the difference is.
no, it's coming back to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, Cypher.
What?
I can make things levitate.
Like what?
I don't know. Like, I mean, we can test it out, but like, could I be stronger than Desmond?
No.
Oh.
I mean, if you want to test it, there's some loose bricks over there that Timothy's been stacking. I don't know why.
I mean, those are just kind of... Yeah, I feel like, I could pick that up with my hands. Is there not anything more substantial that we could just, like, really move? Really test it out,
I mean, there's a support column over there that's fallen over. Do you think you could pick that up?
I don't know, but I have this feeling that... Where do you want it?
Tentatively, he just kind of points in the middle of the room for now. About there?
Okay. I might need to stretch for this. And she's going to, like bend over, like, stretch down to where her toes are, just kind of then get up and kind of put her arms over like the side of each other and just kind of
Wiggle them around a bit.
yeah, she's gonna do circles with her arms. She's gonna do a couple of squats. And then she's gonna look at Cypher and say, right there.
Right there. Yep.
Okay.
I have faith.
You might want to stand back.
Good idea. Cypher's basically leave the area and stand with his head around the door.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. And she keeps saying, okay, okay, okay. And then she casts Levitate. Just both hands up. And concentrating in a semi-squat.
What happens? In fact, roll me an Arcana check. What happens? I'm gonna let you throw levitate up, but I'll let you do it for free as a with it being the first example of it.
So she's gonna cast it, and like she's thinking that this is gonna be like incredibly heavy, and like that's why she's like in her semi squat because she doesn't want to throw her back out, and but she soon just kind of discovers like, oh, this is much simpler than I thought. I wasn't gonna have to put any muscle into this. So she's just like, she lets out a big exhale and concentrates it, but out of the side of her mouth because she's not wanting to lose concentration. She goes, Cypher, I'm so strong right now. Look at this. And then she's gonna like pull her arms back because she's like pulling it towards her. And she's just kind of like pumping a little bit because it's like she's trying to pump it towards her. And then just kind of slowly sets it down ever so softly. And then she's going to turn to Cypher and strike a pose.
Well, bugger me, it worked.
Do you see that? That was like effortless. Like, how much do you think that thing weighs?
About 500 pounds, give or take.
I'm as strong as Desmond now.
I mean, that was pretty cool.
Should I try, like, lifting a house?
No.
See what my limitations are? No, you're right.
Yeah, what if people are in the house?
Well, they would be okay. I'm just lifting the house, right?
I guess so.
Might want to clear the house. You know, we'll take baby steps, right?
Baby steps. At least we know it works. We have tested the theory.
Do you know,
I
like,
might need you to move it later on when I've got a proper place to put it. Because honestly, I didn't think you'd be able to do it.
Oh, that's not where you... You know what? It was easy. Like, anytime you need anything moved, I'm your person. But, oh my gosh, do you know how many people I can inspire with this? Like, we we can take, and I mean, it's not exactly a lie, but sometimes you got to do things to make people know that things are possible, right? Like I could take B, right, and say, "Hey B, we're going to go up to these people and you're going to say, "Man, I wish I could float." And then I could say, "Well, if you were nothing but 100% positive right now and you believed that you could float," and then
I mean, that's a cool idea. Just play devil's advocate here. They have been known to have people burned at the stake for being witches in this part of town, right?
you're right. Why do I always forget that I can't?
But hey, it's a cool idea. I really liked it.
Well, I guess I could just use it for my amusement. Um, I have something to ask you.
What?
You know Abyssal, right?
He responds yes, an abyssal.
What does it sound like to Vanya, Cypher?
It's kind of like "Ruchre."
Are you okay?
That's yes. In abyssal. Yes, I know
What it-
abyssal.
That's what it sounds like.
You've
Can
heard me
you-
speak. I speak abyssal all the time.
Well, I didn't know that that's what you were doing. I thought you had. Anyways, can you teach it to me, because I want to, I need to know it to be able to learn, my glyphs and
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm going to be the teacher, and you and Mess are going to be the students. How cool is that?
Wait, Reza's learning it too?
She does.
We
Yep.
can talk to each other in a secret language like sisters.
Make sure you don't say that to her.
Well, you don't think she would like that? You think, would she stop learning if I said that?
Maybe. She was very pumped about learning abyssal, and now I'm not so sure.
Let's not tell her that I'm learning it, and then it could be like a surprise. Or
Yeah, but
That
there's
might
only
make
so many
sense.
hours in the day. Like, if I'm teaching one, I might as well teach you both, right?
okay.
At this moment, as this conversation's going on, you just hear heavy footsteps, and you see Dwen walk past you, look at the beam on the ground. Oh, so that's what it is. She reaches down, hefts it up onto her shoulder, and just continues walking. Has anyone else heard that there's some... It sounds like there's someone crying somewhere. Just carries on. Back towards the place she's been working at.
I do kind of hear.
Yeah,
Someone
he does
sobbing.
that.
Do you want me to try to help, stop that while you're down here? Because that's.
If
know,
you
whenever-
can, if you can get him to stop crying and shut up, I will definitely teach you abyssal to the best of my abilities.
Before I do that, let me ask you if you've tried certain things, because I wanna learn from your lessons and not waste my time on trying things that didn't work. Did you shove anything in his mouth?
No, I've just had Timothy terrorizing him in the corner for the past hour. I thought he'd cry himself to sleep, but he's still crying.
He might still be able to kind of make sounds from his throat if I shove some cloth in there, right?
Yeah.
But would it
Yeah.
muffle it enough for you that you would still
Sure.
teach me Abyssal? Okay.
Sure. Careful, because he's a biter. And also tell Krieger not to kill him,
Okay.
please.
And she's
Garrett
gonna
has plans.
head off.
Okay. As you step into the side room, Vanya, where Krieger and what was the goblin's name again? Was it Pick, if I remember rightly?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Where Krieger and Pick are encaged. You see Krieger just sat in a ball, hands over his ears. Next to him, this tiny goblin. Just, no more, no more, Krieger looks up towards you, Vanya. Oh, it's you. Give me that knife, otherwise, that knife that you used against me, give it to me now, because otherwise, if I try and stab him, I don't care if he dies or if I die. Just give me that fucking knife.
No. Like you're not gonna kill him. He needs to stay alive. I'm gonna help you out here.
Stick some fucking cheese in his mouth or anything. I don't care what it is. Just whatever will do. You know, like a big fucking block. Just choke the bastard out.
All right, let's remain calm and positive that what I'm gonna do is gonna work, and it's gonna forever set him on a quieter course in life. Okay?
Krieger just throws his hands up in the air, turns his back to you, and shuffles back into the corner with his hands over his ears. Meanwhile, the Pink, the little goblin, is sat in his cage, wailing away, screaming about ghosts or something coming out of the floor to terrorize him.
Is he tied up, or is he free within his cage?
They're free. They're they're not tied up because these cages are, I would imagine, pretty fucking sturdy.
Yeah.
No, ghost, no. It comes out. It comes out of the floor. It's coming for me. It'll come for you too. Oh! He sat there whimpering, crying, tears streaming down his face.
Is he like up against the cage?
He's as far back into the corner of the cage, closest to the wall as possible.
Okay, so Vanya's gonna come in. Okay, like, how does it look? Like, can she get on the sides?
Yeah. So basically, the way as these cages, as you step into the side chamber of the Undercroft, there's probably about 4 cages that are just off to the left-hand side. Each one's got roughly a foot of space around 3 of the sides, but they are pressed up against the wall. So yeah, you'd easily be able to get round and examine anyone in the cages. They're about probably 8 feet high. Each cage is roughly, I would say, 6 feet wide and long. They're usually used for trapping beasts.
Okay, so Vanya is going to pull a patch out of her robe of useful items.
Okay.
To give her 50 foot of rope.
Okay.
Then she's gonna cast Mage Hand with the rope, and to get it around each one of his hands and
what are you doing? No,
and his
no,
legs.
No.
Where he's kind of tied up to the side of the cage, like where he can't like fight.
Face pressed up against the bars. No, what are you doing? Not like this.
So it's tied him there, and then now she is going to, with the Mage Hand, it's gonna rip some of the cloth off of his garments, and then shove that cloth in his mouth.
Oh no! As he says that, the cloth just into his mouth. So he's currently pressed against the bars of the cage, tied up tight with a piece of cloth stuffed into his mouth. Oh no!
And then she's gonna kind of do this with her hands, just dusting them off, and say, "That should do for now." And she turns around and walks out.
Krieger turns around at the sight of this, looks over, and not what I expected, to be honest with you, but I'm impressed. Oh,
Get yourself a good
no.
night's sleep, she says as she's walking out back to Cypher.
Cypher, what's happening as Vanya exits the holding chamber? What are you up to?
I've recalled Timothy back.
Oh, of course you have.
No.
So, no one, is it just you can see Timothy at this point, or would you say he's able to manifest a little bit more in the physical realm?
He's more visible. It kind of just looks like there's an odd shadow, like an extra shadow, just kind of floating about.
Okay.
Like if you're not looking for him, you can easily miss him.
So, what
Vanya's
is
not looking for it.
Not to worry. What is it that you want me to do again? I can't. What was that?
Tidy up your mess.
I'm trying. I'm trying, all right. I'm trying to tidy up as much as I can, but I'm still trying to. It's hard being a ghost. It's hard being a spirit. I can't grab things. I can just wiggle them around a bit, but I'm doing my best, all right. And you see a mop move from the side and begin to start sweeping up some of the blooded mess that was left by Timothy. He's not exactly doing a great job of it. He's more just smearing the entrails around rather than, again, not so much entrails, but the organic matter, should I say. Like this, look, yeah, like this.
See, you can handle them up fine. You just crap at cleaning.
The spectral visage of Timothy just shrugs. Yeah, I guess so. It's not exactly something I've done very often, practice makes perfect and all that.
That it does. You're more visible now, though. Have you tried talking to anybody yet?
Oh, yeah, I have actually. I have. You know that little goblin that we've got in the cage? I've been having a right old time with him. He sort of got pop up out of the floor and I'm like, boo, and he shits himself. I shouldn't have said that because that means I'm going to have to clean it up now. But yeah.
It does.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let's go and have a look, shall we? And Timothy's going to start moving his way over towards you, Vanya. And he'll get within about 6 inches of your face and just start waving and screaming, "Hello! Can you see me and hear me?"
Would she? I mean, since he's kind of slightly visible, but she's not looking for him.
Roll me a perception check. Say DC 10 or more and you can choose. No, you don't. You just walk straight through him.
Poor guy, probably depressed.
Bloody useless.
Yeah, well, it was worth a try. Hey, but I could do this though, look. And you just see him makes his way back towards you, Cypher. And he pushes his head into his body so it pops out below his groin. And then you've just got this headless, faded spirit with a head just where his groin should be, just looking up at you. It's pretty cool, right?
Such a dickhead.
This is what you get for taking him as a spirit.
I feel like, Timothy, you've been wasting some of your time.
And look, it's all about freedom. I've not been this free in years. I can see clearly now. Anyway, look, I guess that I'll go and sort of terrorise that goblin a bit more and clear up the old, mess that is made.
Leave him, because his whimpering is giving me a headache.
All right.
Go
I'll go and
explore, do something.
I'm gonna go on and help. I'm gonna go and help the. Oh, what's the that?
No.
I am. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go help the old
No,
class.
you're not gonna go perv on Dwayne. You. How do you
And
still
with
have a
that-
sex drive when you're dead?
You
Tip,
just,
tip.
you just see him start merging into the floor with this giant shit-eating grin on his face as he does so.
So all Vanya sees is Cypher's like shouting in abyssal at the floor.
Cypher, are you? Is that the same? Are you okay? Do I need to go get Garrett? Is that the same? Is that the language? Who are you talking to? Are you okay? I got the
Fine.
goblin tied up.
Cypher just cocks his head to listen.
Silence.
Good job.
She smiles real big.
Okay, so abyssal, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so it doesn't make sense until it does. Okay,
Is that the first lesson?
that is the first lesson. You don't understand it till you understand it.
Do I need to write that
It kind
down?
of. Sure. Can you not remember that? Or...
No. Sometimes I have memory problems. She pulls out a notebook. She writes it down.
That explains a lot.
Okay. Wait, you said you don't know it until you know it? Is that what you said?
That's the gist of it.
Okay.
That's why you can't hear Timothy.
Like the one that exploded?
That you exploded, yes. The very same one walks these halls. Even now. Probably staring at
Oh,
Gwen.
does he talk about me? And does he remember?
Well, I think he kind of forgave you because now he says he's more free than he's ever been. He's actually very happy.
Oh, I
So,
say
sucks
that.
with a
For
map
fuck's
well
though.
sake.
for the better. Wow, so sometimes killing people sets them free, and she writes that down.
Oh, fucking well done.
Well, maybe when I learn Abyssal, I can ask him more about this. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah. For now, we'll just work on. I'm guessing you're wanting it for magic, right? Because I think that's what Reza wants it for.
Yes, and then now I'm adding to my list to talk to Timothy about creating a new program.
Okay.
But I haven't fully fleshed that one out yet. So yeah, first objective is for to learn it for oh my gosh, magic.
Okay. So I'm gonna teach you the common component words of Abyssal, and then we'll go to conversations after that. You know, useful shit first, conversation next, right?
Okay.
Okay. What languages do you speak?
Whew, I know a few. Let me I know common. I know Dwarvish, I know Elvish, I know Gnomish, I know Halfling, and I know telepathy.
That's just not a language, but okay.
It kind of is. It's like in your head, right? I'm counting it because, like,
Okay.
the more numbers that I have, the better, more credible I seem whenever I'm presenting myself and promoting my programs to individuals.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the only languages in common we know is common, so that'll be our reference. And he's just gonna jot down some phrases in common, and then in abyssal. And we're like, yeah, we'll just start with these ones, yeah.
Okay.
And he's gonna start off saying them and have her repeat it.
Okay. Go. Let's. It's got to be done now. Give us a phrase, Cypher.
Shaskaras.
What's that mean?
It means either like fire or burning.
Okay. Vanya, you try.
Gas. Barat.
Not bara, karas.
Like
So stop enunciating the ears as well. That's weird.
Churras.
Karas. Shaskaras.
Shas. Karas.
Not karas. It's karas.
Karas.
And say it more like a whisper. And like you kind of got a lisp. Shaskaras. Like a s. Yeah.
With more teeth.
More teeth.
Yes. Did I do it right?
Not even remotely, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
What's so fire burn? So it can mean two things. Two things.
But that's it's totally different dialect the way you said it. Yeah. That means something totally different.
Would I just say?
That's basically death by fire. That's the process of somebody burning to death. Yeah.
But what you just taught me, or what I just said?
No, what you just said.
Oh. Okay, we'll work on that one.
Yeah.
Give me another one. Can we do a sentence now?
I've set it off now.
Fuck's sake. Right, let's make up a fucking language, chat.
Oh, Cypher, give me something to ask to
To Timothy?
No, cause no.
Coroner?
Who do I wanna ask? No,
How many people do you know
I don't
that speak
know.
abyssal?
Oh, they have to speak it. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. Give me something to ask to Reza.
Teresa? Chukramanya.
Hookermania. Hookermania.
Chukramanya.
Hookermania.
Chuchra. Are you choking on spit?
think so. Hookmania.
Chuchramanya.
Hook. Oh, you got to roll the R's. Okay.
Chuchra.
Hookramania.
Mm,
Ramania.
definitely not. It's ra, not r. That's,
Ra. Ra.
that's something Teresa does with Falco.
A lot of these, it sounds like if you slightly mispronounce it, it may sound like another word. Is what I'm getting from this.
Well, that's common in a lot of languages. Yeah.
Hook ra mania.
Close. We'll work on the pronouncing, but you got
What's it mean?
It just means
Or will
good
she know?
morning to you.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna come up later with some phrases that I want you to teach me to say to Reza. I'm gonna try that one, but I would love to learn some positive phrases. How often are we gonna do this?
How about for an hour before bed every day?
Okay. And about how long do you think it's gonna take me to get this right?
Yeah, 50 years with pronunciation like that.
Well, I will challenge myself for it to be less time than that. I will go into my room and work on rolling my R's.
Very good.
All right. With that, I'm going to call a quick BRB, a quick pee break, and a refill of clock on that one. As Vanya, do either of you have anything further that you wish to accomplish in the Undercroft, or are you guys done here?
No, we're good. We're done for now.
Yeah, I feel like Vanya's done.
All right. In that case, then, we'll throw up the Burb banner, and we will be but a few moments, chat. Before I dash to grab a drink, Vanilla Ducky, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the fold, or the chaos, the madness that is Pariahs. That was some good unexpected. That was some good unexpected little redeems there. I hope you all enjoyed that. Also on Twitch, Threed, good to see you again. Good to see you again, my friend. So our campaign is very dark, but at the same time, in fact, let me just put this into chat. It's a dark campaign, but we try our best to make it lighthearted where we can. And that was pretty much the perfect showcase. But anyway, on that I will be but a moment. I'm going to refill on the water, and we'll be back in probably about 2 minutes, if that. Be right back. And again, welcome in. Oh, let me turn up the tunes. Give you something to listen to. Oh, I'm just going, Callie. We're not buying
Hurry
yet.
up!
I'm just going down, goddammit. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Ta. And you'll be tasting the sweet tang on the Irish breakfast shirt soon enough, you will. What the fuck, Talon? Also, how are you, good sir? How are you? Do we have an archive of past sessions? Yes, we do. Whether or not this command works, Cheers does appreciate it. He's nailed it for me. Adverts. In fact, hang on. Someone give Vanilla a fucking sub. I'm gonna sell out. Do it. Do it. Thank you. I'm being a proper sellout there. So I'm talking, goddammit. Twitch ads.
There we go.
Thank you, Cypher. Cheers, Lucius.
Come back to Vanilla.
Come back to us. Return during the break. There we go. Such a sellout. It's great. But no, hopefully that's cancelled the ads for you. Yes, there is an archive on my YouTube channel. Again, this is episode 48. Each session's approximately 4 hours long, so there's a lot of story. And then not only that, we've now just started very recently. Don't do it, Rayvon. Don't do it. We've just recently started a sort of like a campaign that coincides with this one on a Saturday called the Chronicles of Novostoya, which is people who work for, the play characters here. Oh, for fuck's sake! Damn it, Rayvon. Thank you, buddy. Just pay everyone off. Splurge. Thank you, man. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you, as always, for the support, everyone. All right. Are we missing anybody? I think at that we're pretty much good to get back into it. Gear jump. Don't suck up now.
I've already got my crit for the day. I don't need to suck up.
All right.
No.
Challenge accepted.
No. What did I do? Somebody take it back. Erase it.
Yeah, there's an awful lot. So just as a very brief overview before we drop back into in character. The campaign in general is set in a dark fantasy world. These guys are all miscreants or members of society who, if their true nature ever got out, they would be hunted down and killed. We've got Vanya, who is a mage. Mages in our setting are frowned upon by the general populace. Teresa is a vampire. Desmond, who at the moment, sadly not with us. We think Desmond's currently got a power cut, so he's not able to get on. Desmond is for want of a better word, a murder mannequin. He is a small porcelain doll that is of eldritch descent. Garrett, all we know so far of Garrett is that he is connected to the Fey realm of some description, somehow. And then Cypher, who's our resident changeling. So, yeah, that's the general makeup is these creatures in this city would normally be put to the stake and burnt alive. So it's just been a long story of their survival in this dark world and their rise to power. It's not a campaign of saving the village from the goblins, of killing the dragon, of being heroes of the realm. No, it's just a story of survival of the fittest. So, We're all monsters here. That is indeed the catch line of this campaign, is we are all monsters here. Alright, so with that said and done, I'm going to pour myself... I've not got much rum left. I may as well finish this bottle tonight.
I literally just did the same. Poured up the last of my bottle and warm.
Yeah. We should get sponsorship from Pirates Grog. I shit you not.
We should.
Alright.
As long as the pin in grog.
That's all we want. Okay. So in that then, with this conversation, if you could call it that, discussion between Vanya and Cypher now over, where do you all wish to go from here?
I don't know. Is Garrett doing anything?
Nobody cares what Garrett's doing.
No. Oh, no, we do. Because annoyingly, no, not so much annoyingly, but Garrett is the driving force behind the entire operation. Without Garrett,
I don't know.
Nothing would get done.
I think when Vanya hears, about how, her positivity is going to change the whole operation, she's going to think she's the brains behind this operation.
No.
Sad face.
Reza pulls out her notebook.
Damn it.
In that case, then, no, because Garrett, in spite of saying that, we both know what you've got planned would shake the very foundations of the district. So, Garrett, let's go over to you. What are you up to?
Oh, well, I'm locked away in the what I like to call the Thorn Room.
Okay.
And
Nice.
yeah. I've harvested my first crop of horrific mushrooms.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm cooking them down in some water, making a nice compound that I can feed to one of our willing guests to see if the if I've got the dosage, shall we?
Can I be that dick and just say Discord's fucked you, my dude? Do you mind just...
Of course it has. It all...
Thank you.
Okay. So, if Scyther and Vanya are still down in the Undercroft, they'll hear a sound like tree branches rubbing on each other. Before a lock clicks, and then Garrett comes out, closes the door behind him, but he's not wearing his usual jerkin and cloak. He's just in his undershirt, beads of sweat on his face because it's hot in there. And he goes stomping up the stairs. Then comes back down a couple of minutes later with a bottle of wine in his hand. Krieger awake?
He may be sleeping in there because he hasn't gotten much sleep from the cries of the goblin, but I shut him up, so he may be sleeping. Now, why are you glistening?
Hard work.
Is that what it looks like?
And I go in the door, slam it behind me again.
Okay.
For a good 20 seconds, and I come out again. Lock it up again behind me.
Vanya's just gonna look at Cypher.
Simon says something in abyssal. Just shrugs.
And we go off looking for Krieger.
As you step into the side room where... So go on.
I was just going to say it to Vanya. Let's follow him.
Okay. I'm interested to see what he's doing.
You all step into the side room, or at least following Garrett, where you notice Krieger. Again, it's not been too long since you stepped out, Vanya. Krieger's just sat in the relatively small cell. At this point, Garrett, Cypher, you would see that this small goblin is pressed up against the bars of the cell, wrapped around him with this massive cloth in his mouth. Krieger looks up, sees you approach. Good. It's a lot quieter than it was before. Little fucking bastard that is. You here to decide the fate now, eh?
No, Krieger, I'm here to bring you a drink.
From his cell, Krieger arches a brow. A very dubious look. You're trying to poison me now, eh? Is that it? Is that how it goes?
Krieger, if I wanted you dead, I wouldn't use poison. I'd put my knife through your throat.
He would. Vanya says.
Yeah. Checks out.
Drink this. It'll make you feel nice for a while.
Yeah, but choice, do I? So with that, Krieger will extend a hand in the direction of the bottle offered.
Oh, it's just a cup, but
Oh, has it got? Okay, yeah,
wine
he takes
in it.
it. Yep, takes the cup.
So-
Takes a sip. Garrett, what happens? What is this?
This is red wine that's been mixed with the mushroom compound from the botanist. And it will give Krieger a feeling of euphoria and happiness. Positivity, if you will.
Oh no. Is it as strong as the original stuff?
No.
No?
No, it's been watered down, and if Garrett's calculations are correct, it will last about 20 to 30 minutes.
Roll me a nature check, Garrett. Let's go with DC 13. Smashed it! First try. Your calculations are indeed spot on. So, as Krieger takes this cup, he looks down into the contents, in the dim, lantern-lit confines of the Undercroft. What would the liquid? What would it be? How would it appear to him?
It would appear like a deep, rich red wine, and as this is just a test batch, that's all it's going to look like at the moment.
He arches a brow. So you're trying to give me... He smells it. Looks like blood. Smells like wine. And that way I don't exactly got much of a choice, so... He downs the contents and... As the cup drops back down to the floor below, he blinks a few times and slowly begins to nod before a somewhat happy chuckle begins to escape his lips. Or at least from the lips of someone with half of his tongue missing. Well, I'm not dead yet, so that's certainly good.
I'll say Vanya, who's interested in research, has kind of like figured out that Garrett is kind of testing something, so she is like completely intrigued, and she has like put her face, like she's got both hands on the bars in her face, like kind of like
Pressed
in the
into
bar,
them.
like to see what's gonna happen, and she's whispering, "Embrace the journey, for within it lies your transformation."
Oh my god. Roll me a persuasion check, Vanya.
Alrighty.
That's fucking creepy. I'm not gonna lie. Sadly, Krieger's too engrossed in downing the contents of the cup to really take in what you've said. As he finishes it off and drops it to the ground again, he looks up. You've got it all. That's pretty tasty. That's pretty tasty.
Maybe we'll have some more for you to try in the future, but I need to know how long you feel good for.
I am on top of the world. Yeah, you know what? Even that little goblin bastard could start screaming. I won't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Do you want to test that?
I can pull it out of his mouth and untie him.
All right,
Release
Vanya,
him.
what do you do?
With Garrett saying release him, she pulls her face away from the bars in her hands from watching what's going on with Krieger, and cast Mage Hand. And first she starts with the Mage Hand, like pulling the fabric out of his mouth.
You're all monsters! This is no way to treat a captive! No, you're so evil! Evil, all of you are so bad, so terrible!
Then she shoves the cloth back in his mouth.
I can't believe you're doing this!
Are you sure, Garrett?
And how about you, little goblin? Would you like to have a drink?
She pulls the cloth out of his mouth.
No, fuck you and your entire family. Yeah, and you witch, you're banned.
He
You're
shoves the
banned.
cloth back in his
You're
mouth.
banned.
Garrett, do you want to, I guess, keep him tied up and I can force him to drink it?
I don't think we need to force him to drink it.
Well, he said no.
And Garrett pulls the bottle out from inside his pocket,
Okay. Oh no.
reaches his hand for the gate, and just douses the cloth in his mouth.
I think that's still force, Garrett.
I mean, he can spit the cloth out.
No, it's shoved in there pretty deep. I jabbed it in there about 10 times with the 2 fingers.
Does!
Oh,
Does! Quote that shit. So with the goblin having working on it, good lad. With this rag that's stuffed into the captive's mouth, doused with the new and improved positivity. A few moments pass before his eyes begin to glaze over and his body goes limp against the binds that tie him to the side of the cage.
I'm gonna release him now, Garrett.
Take the gag out as well.
Okay, are you sure? Because when it wears off, like, we could just keep him tied up.
When it wears off, I probably won't be here, so it's not my problem.
Okay. So she unties him, takes the gag out.
You just see the goblin just drop slowly to the ground in a heap at the side of the cage. And with a dazed expression, he begins to glance around.
Oh, you. Oh, look.
He holds his hand towards the edge of the cage.
I have 5 fingers.
He begins to wave his hand towards you all.
I think it's working.
I think someone of his stature might need a little less. Krieger's
5!
bigger than he.
5 fingers, look.
Sorry, Gary, go on.
No,
If you can.
I'm just amusing myself. Seems like it works on goblins too. Good to know. So we're going to sit here now and wait to see how long it takes for it to wear off.
I would also probably say at this point, Reza, you would more than likely make it back to the folly, whether you wish to make your way into the Undercroft. It's down to you.
Okay, well, as she walks in, what time of day is it at this point?
Probably midday, late-ish afternoon.
All right, so the tavern's open.
Yeah. As you know, the tavern will be in full swing. A lot of the punters will be drinking and eating away. There's a distinct lack of bone meal bread, but apart from that, all's good.
Oh, okay. I think she will just take up her normal spot at that corner table.
Okay.
And watch.
All right. So with Reza staying upstairs in the folly, the rest of you, in regards to your question, Garrett, yeah, it would take roughly 20 to 30 minutes for Krieger to finally return to some semblance of normality. The smaller stature of the goblin took twice as long, almost close to an hour, before he regained his senses and then got back to the point of wailing in the corner of being stuck in a cage. Traumatized by being chained up to the side and cloth stuck in, bullied.
Well, that's about perfect. Once we've finished our task, I feel I need to speak with our old employer.
Asmund?
It's been a while since we visited.
We'd never been over that side of the river.
Ooh.
I take it you want to go exploring then?
Kinda do.
I want to go.
Well, as soon as Reza gets back, we'll carry on with our current task. And then once all of those jobs are done, we'll go and see Asma.
Nice! Sappho races out to go upstairs to see if Rez is there.
Vanya will follow, but before she does, she's going to turn to Krieger and the goblin and say, "Today is your opportunity to build the tomorrow you desire. And then she turns and then runs after Cypher.
Garrett's going to gather his clothes, walk upstairs, out into the rear courtyard, and dunk his head in a water barrel out there before getting redressed.
Okay. As you all begin to converge back in the folly, you don't notice Reza sat in her usual spot. Opposite her would be Falco. Falco leans in towards Reza over the table. So you've been gone a day or two. How's it all going? Bed's been pretty cold without you.
That's very sweet. It's gone quite well.
All right, good. Is it how was that? Did they tell you what happened over in the old place? Some of that contractors, did they do the job?
I've been told they did, and that it was not rats, which means Rurik had to pay them their promised salary for the job. We had a little bet.
Wait, hang on, you pawned that off on Rurik?
Of course I did. He swore up and down it was rats, and I said, well, if you're so sure it's rats, I'll pay the fee if it is rats, and if it's not rats, you're paying the fee, and he agreed because he was so certain, so...
I mean, do we really want... You know what, it's not my place to ask. Is there anything that, that you need that I can do for you?
Well, there's a whole bunch of veil stockpiled in a location. We'll need to get that transported to wherever Vanya wants it at some point. I've got Killian. I've made him move to the spyglass, and he'll be supervising there. I'm not sure. I think I need to discuss the progress with Garrett to see where we want to go next in Piker.
And at that, with Falco having a bit more of a view of the tavern, well, in that case, speak of the devil and he shall fucking arrive. He nods his head in the direction as Cypher, Vanya, and Garrett step into the tavern.
Vanya's gonna yell out, "Hooker reach Vanya!"
Are you having a fit?
Cypher
She's
is
gonna kinda look at
physically
Cypher.
face palming. She meant Vanya. But
Hooker
okay.
reach Vanya.
Not even remotely what I said.
What language is that?
Abyssal.
Oh, okay. Well, I've got a little book upstairs that I'm going to start studying to learn it, and then we'll have lessons as well, yes?
Yay.
How do you say yes in Abyssal, Cypher?
What?
How do you say yes in Abyssal?
Yes.
You just say yes.
No, it's cat.
Cat?
No, cat. Cat.
And she looks at Reza and says, "Cat."
Ressa just tilts her head and, like, has this, oh god, no, look on her face and looks at Cypher.
Cypher's just like, it's not even remotely what I said. How am I supposed to teach that?
You think I have hearing problems?
Right, okay, well, Garrett, Would you like an update of where we are in Piker?
My
Yes.
ears hunger for your words.
Okay, well, I'm hungry for something else, but we'll discuss that later.
Falco smirks.
She ignores him because he's not what she meant. Poor Falco. Right, okay, so we've got Spyglass cleared out. The punters you sent over took care of the basement. Made a bet with Rurik that it wasn't rats, and I was right, so he paid their coin. So we didn't have to bother with it, and taught him a little lesson. I've got that that rat hole where the green fuckers lived. I've got the veil all consolidated to the upper level so that Vanya, and she nods towards Vanya when she says this, can direct us where it needs to go in order to make more of the cure. And I've had Killian move to the Spyglass to continue supervising the work there.
Reza, we need to direct that to go to B and into the Crimson Cross so that they can continue.
Well,
to
that's
do
not my
their
problem.
duties.
You'll have to talk to Falco about that.
Well,
I did my part.
But you just asked me where it needed to be directed.
I just said that you will have to direct whomever is in charge of it.
And that's Falco.
Hi.
Do you hear what I just said, or do I need to?
No. I'm sat here. I'm at the table. I heard everything. Yeah.
I just, you never know, because, sometimes I zone out in mid-conversation. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have a chat after this, and sure we'll get the help that you need and sort whatever you need out, Vanya. That's not a problem.
Thank you.
And that room, I'm the only one who has a key for it. As far as I know, we can use that location to conclude our negotiations with Ella whenever we see fit to do so.
Well, no time like the present.
Indeed.
Does that mean I gotta go get the mirror?
Yes.
Okay.
I was thinking, she has those two, for want of a better term, lieutenants.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we say that they can escort her to make sure there's no funny business, as a sign of good faith.
Have you been reading my mind, Garrett?
I don't have that ability, sadly.
Oh, that's right. Only Vanya does. Shit, well. Right, well, yes, I was thinking that exact same thing, and then we can determine if they also need to meet the same fate as their mistress.
I'm still not allowed to use that, right?
Use what?
Like, reading your minds and the truth and...
No.
Okay.
That's breach of trust, and we've talked about how important trust is.
Right, but you seemed okay if Garrett was kind of reading...
It was a joke!
Oh, where are we going to next?
She takes out her notebook and starts writing.
We're going to Piker, Vanya. To deal with Erla. And I think
Maybe... Oh,
we might
sorry.
have to take Reza out for a meal. She does look a little hungry.
Kale.
Can we swing by and check on, B and the Crimson Cross and just kind of let them know that, more supplies is coming?
I think Reza would kind of know the state of the cross, considering she's been in Pica for the day.
Well,
If she wishes to divulge that information anyway.
yeah, she's sort of like shakes herself out of a reverie where she's been dreaming about food. Daydreaming about food. Oh, Vanya, they're doing quite well. I would say that there's been at least a 25 to 30% reduction of druggies passed out in the streets over the past 2 days.
Oh, that's a good ROI right there.
Well, what? Never mind. But they're also would Reza know about the burning of the bodies?
Yeah,
You've seen that.
it's absolutely. It's
And the
they're
smell?
not hiding it. Yeah.
They're a minor concern though. They're burning a lot of dead bodies, which again, great way to clean up that kind of thing, but I'm concerned about like PR issues with that.
Like, would you rather me tell them to do that in a more discreet place, or?
Yes.
Is there a location? Maybe we can scout a location for them to kind of.
Or just maybe
Yeah.
not look so happy while they're doing it, you know?
Well, that's a different request than burning bodies in front. But I would rather them do it in a discreet location because, I can't deny them their happiness and what gets them, to change the world for the better, right?
True. Okay.
As long as it can't be traced back to us,
Well, they
it's
don't
okay.
know me as Vanya Garrett. I mean, they know my face. Should I disguise myself whenever I go into the Pica district now?
Maybe just don't be seen with them.
Oh, B does all that for me.
No, then we have no connection to them, so they're just weird women that like burning bodies.
That's not what they're about, but okay. Okay. So I feel like we don't have to stop by because we need to separate ourselves from them, and I will make sure that I only meet with B outside of the Pica district.
Marvelous.
Can we send kind of a message, maybe through our group, to B that he is the only one that needs to converse with me?
I'll leave that down to you.
Okay.
That doesn't need my input.
Oh, you're letting me make my own decisions, okay?
I know the perfect person to act as a messenger, though.
A pigeon? No, person. You said what? Who?
The doctor. The doctor needs to work off his debt.
Lala Sester?
Yes, that's the one. Lala Zester.
Do I engage him?
No, just get Falco to
do
tell
you
him.
Okay. Falco, can you?
I mean, if you don't want to do it yourself, then I don't mind telling him. You sure you want to sort of give him this much leeway in relaying information?
No, give him a letter to deliver.
Okay. But no, I mean, Vanny, if you want to have a chat with him, then feel free. But yeah, I can certainly make sure that the best navigator of fucking Nova Stoya is given a letter to deliver. It can be a fucking extravagant postman, I guess.
I promise you this letter, like I will make him a letter and I will make a letter to deliver, and it will be very thorough in the directions of what he needs to do, and then the letter given will be very thorough. Like I might even draw a diagram.
Yes, we'll knock 5 copper off his debt.
Falco just stifles a chuckle and nods.
If there's no other things for our attention, Topeka?
Let's.
Topeka and Cypher's got a mirror covered in like a blanket under his arm. Awkwardly, because it's heavy and Cypher's weak as noodle.
Alright, in that case then, to Piker we go. Exiting the folly out into the dreary exterior of Nova Stoya, you begin to make your way towards the Piker district. And here, since it's close to the 2-hour mark,
Pee break.
we'll have a refill the clock and a pee break.
Thank you.
You are welcome. Cheers, Duz. Oh dear. Alright. It's memes. Memes all around. Yeah, I don't think I need to address anything, so with that, I will too be right back.
Back.
Me too.
Never left.
Same.
Cast iron bladders.
That or a bucket.
No, I just go for a pee when people are off on tangents.
Wow. Way to call me out, Lee. I just have so much fun.
I mean, you called yourself out there.
I'm back. Ooh, my issue was my wife was in the loo earlier, so I couldn't go. So I was bouncing in my chair by the end of it. I'm like, I forgot to refill my water. Right back.
You have one job.
I have to cut myself off after this drink because I have to give a haircut later.
Don't. It'll be funnier.
It
would
turns
never
into
let
more
me
of a
do it.
scalp.
Okay, there we go. The real power is telling other people when they can pee. You are not wrong, Vanilla. You are not wrong. Alright. It's last of the grog gone. So. With that, let me get rid of the banner. And bring us back into the scene. You make your way through lower streets, giving a brief acknowledgement to the various small thug groups that are holding the fort before eventually stepping into Piker itself. What's the plan here?
Garrett, should we go straight to Ella and gather up the people and go directly to the building? What are you planning, your devious little mind?
Why don't we split? That way I can be set up in the room for when she gets there.
Oh, perfect. Well then, since I have the key, Cypher and I will go to the room.
Now,
Garrett, you get me.
I will go with Cypher, as they've never seen my face before.
Ooh, that's... a fair
Oh,
point.
and I'll go with
Oh.
Reza.
Oh, of course. Right, here's the key, Garrett. Cypher. If Vanya dies, it's not my fault.
Why would I die?
Don't worry about it.
Don't forget the lieutenants.
Yep. Right, okay.
So, with that then, Cypher, Garrett, you begin to make your way towards the old Verdant Posse's hideout. Key in hand. Good to go. Meanwhile, Reza, Vanya, you begin to head in a somewhat easterly direction towards the crafting court, the part of the Piker district where the vast majority of the stores, crafters, and labourers reside. Back to the location where Yerla and the Iron Hands are located. Who wants to go first? Vanya or Reza or Cypher
All right,
and Garrett?
Vanya. Okay. So
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
You think we go first and then we'll go to you and we'll arrive?
Yeah, because when you get back, we can just tell you how we've set up.
Okay. Right. Okay, Vanya. Just maybe just let me do a bit of the talking, and I give you permission to do that thing where you talk in my head, so we can communicate to each other without them knowing.
On the way there, can I ask you questions?
You may ask.
Okay. Let's...
Reza starts walking.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead. Like, how far out are we from getting there?
I'd probably say 20 to 30 minutes walk.
Okay, so until they get close, she's gonna ask her to tell her the words that she knows in Abyssal, and they're just gonna have a jolly good time with her teaching her words until they get
Reza-
close.
Reza does not know any Abyssal.
Oh, I thought you've been training?
No, she hasn't had a chance to start yet.
Well, then Vanya is going to teach her the words that Cypher has taught her.
No.
Vanya. Vanya, what words would they what words would they be?
It would be like that good morning word,
Which
the
is?
or the sentence
Which
hooker
is?
hooker rish mania. And she's going to be saying it over and over and over again until she thinks, like, hopefully Reza is saying it back to her. Are you?
Reza is responding to her in Sylvan, saying, "I can't believe you're this stupid."
And she's, no, you're not. You're not,
not?
doing it right.
Are
No.
you sure? That's what it sounded
Cypher-
like to me.
Cypher said you need to roll your R's. Rrr. Rrr. Harder. Rrr.
I just spit on myself.
Gritty dark campaign, everybody. Gritty
Yeah.
dark campaign.
This-
Until they
Sorry, go on.
get close. Until they get close, and then whenever they get close, she's gonna cast telepathic link, and then continue the conversation on in her head and not aloud.
This is gonna keep thinking back Sylvan at her.
And you're just gonna hear. "Rrrr, rrrr."
I might have to pee now. The laughing and the crying.
Annoyingly, in spite of my repertoire, I am unable to roll my R's as well. Annoyingly. I have practiced. And practiced. So don't ever ask me to do that because I cannot.
Yeah. I learned how to roll my R's in Spanish class in the 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Same.
All right. So, with you both making your way through the alleys, eventually you reach the crafting quarter, or the crafted district of the Piker area, and the first group you would encounter would be what can only really be described as perhaps, blacksmiths or laborers with basic weapons, things such as pitchforks or clubs, blacksmiths' hammers. One of them calls out, Hey! I've seen you lot before.
Yes, we've got a deal going with Ayla. We've come to speak to her. Can you lead us in?
Aye, of course I can. No, I remember you from last time. You're sort of pale beauty. So, over this way, call us. I'll show you the way.
Why, thank you. And she'll kind of like loop her arm in his, kind of like flirtatiously.
She's
rest-
gonna hear in her head,
Go.
Falco.
Reza replies, "Don't worry about it."
As
No
you are
reply from Vanya. She's just gonna keep following her. Sorry.
no, it's all good. As you're escorted down the alleys, taking a left, right, and eventually down the long stretch towards the familiar alley where Yerla and her lieutenants made base before. Yerla herself looks up from the chair that she's currently sat on, a crate in front of her as a makeshift desk. Oh, hello, it's good you're back.
Yes,
been a few
we
days.
are back. It has. Well, it's taken us a little while to coordinate everything, but I am here to deliver on my promises.
That's surprising, to be honest with you, because I wasn't fully expecting you lot to return, or at least hold up on your end of the deal.
Well, I am not broken, Ella, that you would think that of me. You really must not want to kill Rurik after all. Oh well, we can go.
No. At that, one of her lieutenants, a elven-looking gentleman, leans down and whispers in Ayla's ear. Yeah, of course. So, you managed to arrange a meeting with Ulrich, eh?
Yes, and he is none the wiser. We have come to bring you and your most trusted advisors to meet with him. He's very much alone, and she winks at her.
As you say trusted advisors, both of her lieutenants just glare towards you, Reza, with the expression of, we weren't expecting that. Why is that so? All three of us? Huh. Hey, there you go, you see? Kaladin, you can come as well. And we can make sure this is done and put fucking Rurik in a grave until, well, no more issues, eh? Isn't that good news? The elf looks over towards Yerla and then towards you, Reza, with the arched brow. So, you'd allow me to speak somewhat out of tune, but you're putting all three of us against Rurik, yes?
Well,
That's...
not... Let me explain how it's going to work. We're going to send Ella into the room first, and she can simper and smirk and do whatever she wants to get Rurik into a, lull him into a sense of false security, and then we'll accidentally open the door, and you two can go in and give her a... Well, I won't say a hand, because that would just be rude. Give her any assistance she might need in the situation. What do you say?
That would certainly solve a few issues if Master Rurik would quietly meet an end, and in spite of his martial prowess, a 3-on-1 is far out of his capabilities, so... Gila, I believe that this would be most beneficial for you to remove Rurik from the picture, and from there, the district is... Well, what do they say in Farwater? The district is our oyster, yes? Oh, is that so? Well, in that case, eh?
Right, oh, speaking of oysters, I have managed to rustle up some grub for the rest of your folks, and paying work as well. So tomorrow, and Reza speaks broadly, like, raises her voice now so that everyone in the district can hear her, like in the area can hear her. Tomorrow morning, there will be jobs and food available at the Spyglass Tavern, which will be under new ownership.
Yerla bellows out. I let y'all hear that. Tomorrow morning, once this little issue's over, if you're wanting work, paid work, take a trip to the Spyglass. Let's offer a raise and a cheer for our new friends to make sure that this place is much better for each and every one of us, eh? And what about you, wee lass? She'll point towards you, Vanya.
Yes.
I remember you from last time. It's I look forward to working more with you and this little pale, pasty-faced lass. I mean, what was it? Was it Teresa?
Yes, Teresa and Vanya.
Hi.
If I may ask, the others, I garner that they are entertaining Master Rurik at this present moment.
Yes. Laying his suspicions, and they will be outside the door when we arrive.
I see. Since it's just us here, I am going to say that the small fellow with you was... will he be there? He was rather... Well, I got the impression that in a bit of a scuffle, that wee lad would be useful.
He and both of the smaller ones, they're off keeping an eye on some other things.
A shame. And when is it exactly that you wish for us to accompany you to see Master Rurik? Now, or do we perhaps have a few hours to spare?
No time like the present, and the longer we wait, I believe the more suspicious he will become, and we will have lost our window.
Roll me a persuasion check, Reza.
I almost rolled initiative.
Can Vanya say she's right? We need to probably move swiftly.
Roll me persuasion with advantage.
Whew.
Good roll.
The elf slowly nods. Yes, you make a rather valid point. It would be a shame if we didn't capitalize on this. And you is it all three of us that you require? Obviously, Yola for initiating, but the man stood beside the elf begins to chime in. Are you sure that you wish me there? Perhaps I could go and pass the good word that Ulrich and his crew will no longer be an issue amongst the fellows in the district.
I am afraid we need all three of you to make a go of this.
And Reza, may I interject? I would like to kind of get to know you a little better, as I am looking for a companion for my kingdom's not the right word, but
Who are you talking to? She says this in Vanya's head.
to the guy that's talking right now. Like, I...
Really? I didn't know he was your type. Okay, go ahead.
No. Well, I'm new at this. I would just like to get to know you a little better.
Yes, well, what I think my companion here is trying to say that we need to start building trust amongst the leadership of our new organization. And as a show of trust, we would like all three of you to join us and verify that there's nothing untoward going on, and we can start building our relationship.
Vanya's gonna talk in her head. It's like, okay, I guess the roundabout gets there, but okay.
Also, and she says it as a side, my charming companion here is quite single. I'm just putting that out there. And in her head, she says to Vanya, does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Vanya, roll me a performance check. Fuck off.
asks the bard to roll a performance check. Expects a
No.
low roll.
I
She's
mean,
gonna take and just slightly, like, normally her dresses kind of button up all the way to her chin. She's gonna just kind of unbutton 3 buttons where it just kind of goes down to where, like, the little, the crook and the collarbone. Like, she's not showing cleavage, but just kind of like shows a little bit of collarbone.
Very well. I believe you may have a. Sure. Yes. The others can wait. I agree. Yella, if we do this now, we can nip this in the bud before it perhaps becomes an issue. Yeah. I concur. Perhaps, and the elf then speaks up. Perhaps if we move quickly, remove Rurik from the picture, and from there, well, the district is yours for the taking. Alright, if that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Come on, Vanya.
No, I think let's go. Right, Reza?
Let us be off. The site we're taking you to is neutral ground. It is the former hideout of those green kerchief fuckers. So come along.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Moving into where the old Verdant had their fucking hideout. Alright. The rest of you, go about your business. I look forward to... And with that, Yerla addresses the crafters, the labourers, those who have gathered beneath the Iron Hand banner, at least. I look forward to providing Yola with good news in the morrow. You do. Let's go and see this through now, shall we? Fucking get this little rivalry done, dusted, and finished.
And we will see you all tomorrow for celebratory breakfast at the new Spyglass Tavern. And with that, like, Reza does like a flourishing swirl and starts walking out.
Vanya is gonna mimic her because she thinks it looks flirty and cool.
I'm not going to ask for a roll for that. Yerla and the elf don't really seem to take notice. They're just single-mindedly focused on following Reza. The somewhat older robed gentleman, though, will take notice. What is it with you and the... You know what? No, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. So... Yep. Nope. Not touching that. The 5 of you begin to make your way through the alleys towards the old hideout of the Verdant posse. Is there anything Cypher or Garrett wishes to add before they arrive, or is this a case of you'll explain when they turn up?
No, we can just explain what it looks like when they turn up.
All right. In that case, then, as you all begin to make your way through the Piker district, you eventually reach the old Verdant posse hideout. Reza, with your hand on the handle to the door, you open it up, step inside, and are met with a rather empty-looking room before guiding Vanya, Irla, and her 2 lieutenants down the short corridor before entering the basement.
So I guess what we'll see is Garrett waiting for them, because there's that separate room off to the side, right?
Yes.
So we'll use the separate room off to the side. There'll be, like, if you're not paying attention, like Reza and Vanya will notice that the mirror's on the wall with a piece of cloth covering it. So if they need to, they can look inside to see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And Vanya and Cypher is nowhere to be seen. As of yet.
Vanya and Cypher.
No, just Cypher. Vanya's
Okay.
with them, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so Cypher, nowhere to be seen. Garrett, you are in the main room to greet them, by the sounds of it.
Reza. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
I was gonna say Reza would walk in and greet Garrett like he's a subordinate and say like, "Is he below?"
He's in the room as requested.
Good man. All right, Erlen, my love, are you ready to claim your kingdom?
Erla, with the metal fist that extends into a large shaft with another fist on top, basically a two-headed mace, but one of them acts as her hand, grins widely and nods. I've been ready for this for, well, quite a while now. That little bastard in there, is he?
He is.
Alright, well, it seems that you lot have upheld your part of the deal, which is to put me and fucking Erlich in a room together, so. She nods appreciatively towards you.
Reza does a little half bow.
Anything I've got
You
to look
two
out
gentlemen,
for? Sorry, go on, Garrett.
you two gentlemen might want to move to the sides of the room. You wouldn't want our guest seeing you as the door opens.
Oh, Garrett, Vanya says, is there somewhere else that me and these gentlemen can go to get to know one another?
Vanya,
a
could
little better?
we just get this done before you
Oh,
hold off on your funny business, please?
I just
We need to focus right now. We all need to focus, just in case anything goes wrong. I mean, it probably won't, but, you know, they're here, and we're going to give it, like, 5 minutes and then open the door and let them in, and I don't want them to be distracted. Do you gentlemen want to be distracted right now?
The elf shakes his head. No, I would very much like to be posted by the door, if possible, ready for, well, what's to come.
Reza
That though,
smirks.
the other chap. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to spending a bit of time with, but perhaps later. You said your name was Vanya, yes?
for now, yeah.
Roderick, pleasure. Perhaps we can have a brief discussion once all of this unpleasant business has been dealt with.
Indeed.
Of course. Let's stay on track.
All
And then
right.
Vanya's
go
gonna
ahead.
do telepathic link to Reza and says, "Is this how you do it? Is this how you distract men? Am I doing okay?"
Reza replies back in her head. You're doing quite well for your first attempt, but I can give you some notes later.
Thank you. What, so how long do I keep him distracted for until you need
It
him?
won't be much longer, don't you worry.
Because I don't want to unbutton this much more.
You won't have to, trust me.
Okay.
Alright, if everyone can step to the side so he doesn't see anybody else when Irla goes in, and then we can all take up our places and stop the clock.
So good, sir, I say to the other elf. If you come to the left-hand side of the door with me, and your colleague can go to the right-hand side of the door with Reza here, and that way you won't be seen by Rurik inside, and we'll be able to get you in as soon as you're needed.
The elf, I'm going to call him by his name because it's easier for me. But Valamir nods and steps to the side, while Roderick also steps to the other side of the door. Both of them now out of sight should Yerla step in to the basement.
Reza gestures a hand to the door, to the basement, and nods to Yerla.
Well, I dare say before she steps in, I appreciate you all giving me the opportunity to sort out this little issue. I assume that he is unarmed?
Yes, as I promised.
Perfect.
He may be thinking this is a reunion of lovers. I may have had to say that to persuade him to be here.
Yerla casts a disgusted look in your direction.
I know,
Reza.
I'm sorry, but just... That's the story I got him to get here.
It doesn't really matter, because by the end of this, Urlik will be no more, so... Alright. And with that, she'll crank the handle down, open the door to the basement, and begin to make her way below.
Reza reaches out and shuts the door all the way, and she sort of says, all right, now we wait. And then when the time is appropriate, and she looks at Garrett.
Who makes eye contact with her and nods.
Which one is next to Reza right now?
Next to you would be Valamir, the elf. Oh, sorry, no, Roderick. You're right. Sorry, Roderick will be next to you. Valamir will be next to Garrett.
All right. So Reza just kind of walks around over to the elf and says, while we're waiting, perhaps you and I can get to know each other a bit better later when your companion gets to know Vanya better.
And you see Vanya... Oh,
Go on.
sorry.
No. While
It's like you... Oh.
yeah, but while this is happening, Vanya, hang on. If you could roll me a persuasion check, please, Reza. Vanya, while Reza's doing that, Vanya, over to you.
You're gonna see Vanya, like, over by Roderick, like, twirling his hair and, like, braiding it. And kind of, like...
Alright, hang on. Let's do this properly. Fucking son of a bitch. Alright. Roderick's already smitten almost with you, Vanya. Valamir looks towards Reza. Perhaps wouldn't be too much of an issue. I mean, granted, I've been rather busy recently, but sure, some downtime wouldn't go amiss.
Excellent. Why don't you just stand with me over here on the side of the door and we can get a little closer while we wait.
Garrett makes some uncomfortable sort of like mutterings and things and walks over to the other side towards the human, shaking his head as he does. Ugh.
At that, Reza is going to swiftly turn Valamir around, press him against the wall, and make like she's going to kiss him, but instead she's going for the neck.
Oh no!
And as Garrett gets to the other side of the room, a side blade appears in his hand and cuts the throat of Roland, spraying Vanya with blood.
The Claret Queen.
So Vanya, as you're leaning close to Roderick, talking to him, all of a sudden you just hear him just go before this wet liquid just splashes a few drops onto your cheek.
Garrett reaches out and puts a hand over Vanya's mouth.
And Vanya, like, she kind of goes and then casts a telepathic link on Garrett and says, because it doesn't get on her dress, right? Just on her cheek. Or does it get all over?
All right. Let's see. You brought it up. Roll me a Garrett. Roll me a sleight of hand. How dexterous are you?
And I think Vanya needs a dex save too.
Vanya, roll me a perception check. I'll come back to you in a moment, Reza. Oh my god! Vanya, what the fuck? So yes, this would be a quick motion from Garrett, but Vanya, you would see it coming, so whether or not it splashes on your dress is up to you.
She sees it just out of the corner of her eye that it's coming, and she kind of steps back a little bit.
I can add for you since it's a crit. As Reza's going in for the neck, she'll telepathic link to Vanya and say, "Move!"
So she's gonna hear that and then also see Garrett coming in and move back. But like you had said before, just a little bit gets on her cheek.
Mm-hmm.
And she's gonna kind of, wipe that off and telepathic link to Garrett and say, "Thank you for not getting it on my dress. Earlier, when he was kind of refusing to go, I thought I would tap into some of the things that I had seen Reza doing with the men earlier, and thought it may help to seduce him somehow. I don't know." But I'm intact. That's all that matters. My dress is okay, Garrett.
Vanya,
My dress is
Vanya,
okay.
I'm trying to listen to Cypher.
Oh, okay. Do you need me to do something with this body?
There's two things currently going on at the minute. Is Roderick's holding his throat as he begins to slip down the wall, blood pooling down his robe. Completely unaware that this was about to occur. You just hear before he drops to the ground lifelessly. Meanwhile, Reza, what are you up to going in for that that bite to the throat?
She's going in for a meal. She is going to latch on second drink. You're welcome, Enders.
Shit just writes itself, you know?
It really does. The elf, unable to fight back as you sink your fangs into his throat. And don't get me wrong, he would kick and splay for a few moments, but it wouldn't last long as life leaves his body. You feel invigorated, Reza. With a hand over his mouth to contain any screams, shouts, or alerts, he eventually also, like his companion, drops to the ground below, leaving you three now outside the basement door for the conversation between Rurik and Yerla.
One last thing before you go, you start
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett uncovers the mirror.
And the elf is a desiccated husk now, and Reza just like gently wipes the corners of her mouth. Like, huh? Did I get any on me? And goes over to join Garrett in front of the mirror.
This mirror. What is this mirror that you're talking about?
The mirror is inventory. It's the Voyag's Delight.
The Voyager's Delight. Who wants to explain what the Voyager's Delight is? Because it's been a while since this thing was brought up.
Lets you see some clavicle, you know what I mean? It basically is a big old mirror that when you hang it on a wall, lets you see through the wall.
Absolutely. A 3 foot tall by 2 foot wide mirror that will allow you to see through objects. Not something that can easily be used quickly, but in a setup like this, you are all in position, huddled around the Voyager's Delight, glancing into the basement below. And it's here in the basement below that we see Yerla, who has made her way down the stairwell into this darkened basement. On the opposite side, Rurik. Yerla, as she begins to make her way down the stairwell, casts a glance over Rurik, a big grin on her face. Huh. Well, it's been a while now, hasn't it, Alex, since we last saw each other?
Aye, well, I didn't think you'd be that excited to see me.
Oh, I've got you a little bit of payback that needs to be done for, you took something of mine, didn't you, you fucking bastard? And she hefts up a hand that's now missing, obviously in its place, a iron fist attached to a mace.
Oh, straight to brass taxes then, is it?
Oh, I'm not sure. Is there anything that you want to say to me first before we, do a little bit of exchanging?
I mean, if you want to sit down and catch up for old time's sake before we tear each other's faces off.
And here I was thinking that you were trying to make amends. Oh, it's a damn shame. Well, I'm sorry, Lurik, that it had to end this way. You're just too headstrong for what I wanted.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I didn't want it to go down like this.
No, is that so? That's a damn shame, because this is exactly how I wanted it to go down. And with that, Yerla will raise the iron fist, the mace in her hand high, and she will charge towards Rurik.
Cypher casts darkness using the eyes of the dark.
Oh shit! What happened, Cypher? Is this?
A 30-foot sphere of darkness basically consumes the entire room. So it's just a black void. She can't see anything.
Mm-hmm.
And Cypher can't see. He can see through it like it's fucking daylight savings, you know?
So,
light shining through. Like
before you continue, can I just ask, why is Cypher there?
Well, that's because. Where's the button? Shape changer.
Strike force.
Strike force. Oh, don't forget the Troubadour's Finery. You know, you got to get all of the details right.
Yeah.
Rurik didn't want to do it himself. It's fair, you know. Sometimes, you know, you don't want to murder the ones that you love, so you hire a changeling to do it for you, unwittingly.
Yeah, so with Shape Changer to turn you into Rurik, and the Troubadour's Finery to mimic the attire he wears, you are pretty much a carbon copy of Rurik. And yes, that is, the darkness spell is magical darkness. Dark vision doesn't work. So, Yerla swings the iron hand in the dark to where she believed Rurik was, hitting nothing but thin air. What is this? What is this?
Boy, you know, girl, you didn't think it'd be that easy, did you?
Oh, I was a fucking coward, like, you know, taking a young maiden's hand, eh? And now you're playing tricks. This is not how we do things.
We, and his voice changes from Rurik's to Cypher's as he says we. Well, to be fair, like I said, Rurik didn't want it to go down like this. You know, you dying in the dark, alone, afraid.
You're not Rurik.
No.
What is this?
This is just a culmination of, your stupidity and ego, getting ahead of yourself, thinking you're more important than you are. And as he says that, he's casting Legion, like, around her feet.
Okay.
So she can't see it happening. She just gets a creeping sensation, and then the tugging on her clothes as Legion manifests.
Shadows in the dark begin to reach out from the ground, grabbing hold of Yerla's ankles, shins, thighs, and begin to try and drag her. But get off me! Cypher.
Cypher's like backing away, circling round her as this happens. You know, so every time he speaks, he's in a different location, so she can't pin him down. And he's just like, just give up, just lie down and die. It doesn't have to be painful. That painful, I guess.
Yerla is going to at least attempt to try and grasp out towards you, Cypher. I need you to make me a stealth check with advantage, please. Oh, even with disadvantage, she got 13. That's not bad.
23.
Never mind.
That's my boy.
Each call from the dark, Yerla's now trying to just reach around, swing the mace in your direction as the shadows now begin to cloy deeper, ripping off the leather of her boots, the cloth of her armor. This is not what they agreed. This is not how it should have been.
No, but such is life, I guess.
And with that, Cypher, what happens?
Well, she's just kind of well, to Cypher, she looks like she's just panicking, flailing around in the dark, smashing barrels and tables as literally these fucking shades are just clawing at her, taking chunks out of her, and her cries of panic turn into cries of pain.
Can I interject something real quick? Sorry, go ahead.
As she's torn apart slowly.
In the other room, Reza's gonna whisper to Garrett, "Can you ask Cypher to leave her face unharmed?" If possible.
Yeah.
I have an idea.
And Garrett's been on edge because Cypher's on his own in a room. And it wasn't until he heard the screams start that he knows they're not Cypher's. So he just opens the door and goes, "Cypher, try and leave her face."
Well, like all of it?
All of it?
Recognizable.
Okay. Yeah, I can do recognizable.
Thank you, thank you, love.
The screams begin to grow quieter as the lower part of Irla is torn asunder, ripped apart by the shades. Piece after piece, chunk of flesh by flesh, bone by bone, until eventually the shadowy hands that reach out from the ground grip hold of Irla's hair, and another hand begins to reach forward towards her face.
Cypher will dispel the shades at this point and be like, bad.
Garrett starts walking down and is like, "I can't see shit." Cypher, darkness.
Oh, right. Yeah, people can't see. And with a click of his fingers, it bursts like a bubble, and it's gone.
You'll be witness to what can only be described as the aftermath of a butchery session in an abattoir. A pool of red in the center of the room, parts and chunks of flesh, armor, clothing torn apart, with Cypher just stood off to the side. I would imagine a rather wide grin on his face.
Yeah, Cypher's amused with himself. He's like, yeah.
Did she hurt you?
No.
Perfect. Well done. Is the iron hand there?
Yeah, that thing's pure metal. That's not been broken.
Maybe Rura could like this.
Rook's got two hands though.
Sentimental.
Oh,
Garrett, you are such a romantic.
I know.
Reza says this as she's chopping the head off the older human advisor.
as you do.
And she ties the head to her belt by the hair, and then she comes down into the cellar to get Earless head and do the same.
We're gonna have to get you a bag.
Well,
What is it with you tying people's heads to your belt? You did it with that. What's his name? The
Odin?
posse man. Yeah, him.
Odin. Oh, do you still have that head cipher?
You're making a mess. And you see like Vanya coming behind her with like the blood dripping, and it's like casting prestidigitation to like it's just mess everywhere.
Reza will finish chopping Irla's head off and tying it to her belt, and then she'll reach a bloody hand out towards Vanya's cheek with the bloodstain on it and cast prestidigitation at the same time and clean herself and Vanya's cheek of blood. And then she pats her cheek and says, there, all better.
Garrett, I can make her a bag.
Well, I won't need a bag. At least, but I don't think we'll need to cut off more heads. Basically, what I'm going to do is outside the spyglass, we're going to put all these heads on pikes to demonstrate to anyone who may have any doubt that the piker is now under Rurik's leadership as our figurehead here.
You think we need to put that on a sign?
It's not a sign. Their heads on pikes.
No, but what if it's not clear enough?
How many people in this district do you think can read?
I didn't think of it that way. Okay, we'll do it your way.
I think we ought to bring that tiefling here for tomorrow morning as a face that the workmen will know. What's his name? Fell, was it?
Fell? Bell? Hell? I'm not sure.
But at least with him here, he was one of Erla's inner circle, and there'll be some continuity.
That's perfect, Garrett. Then we'll have somebody who was ahead of Yel's clan, we'll have Rurik, and we'll have Killian, we'll have all three, and we'll be like, yes, we're all united now, and we're going to bring about the Piker Renaissance. That's what I'm calling it, by the way.
And you call me a romantic.
I know.
Speaking of romance, you know, the whole Roderick situation that just happened, which wasn't real, I mean, I was just, you know, do you guys think I should have someone?
I think, Vanya, that is entirely your choice, and you should do what's right for yourself.
I mean, I would like to have someone to tell them to do things for me, so...
Well, that's... Okay, well, that's not... You know what? Never mind.
Okay, I think it's settled. Be on the lookout. I will give you all a list of what I like.
Well, I do think that you should make sure that whomever you pick is acceptable to your children. And Reza walks out.
She's right, Garrett. I probably do need to talk to Desmond and Cypher about this before I make any decisions.
Yes, speak to them about it. And Garrett walks off.
Garrett, you do have something in your inventory that was that you picked up from the remains. Whether or not it's useful, who knows? But
oh my god!
If nothing else, the icon is amazing, and I designed this thing fucking months ago.
That's a pretty fucking cool icon. Yeah, I'll give you that. You want me to put it in the thing? So
it's up to you. It's entirely your choice.
That means yes.
Oh my God, that's
with
amazing.
fucking anchor.
So yeah, you've got Healer's Iron Hand,
Nice.
which is a mace. That has a few extra benefits to it. Nothing too crazy, but a little bit extra thunder damage when struck. Which, frustrating for the DM, she didn't get a chance to use. So, with that, you all step outside of the Verdant Posse's hideout. Anything further you all wish to do here, or is this case of done and dusted?
Let's go home, clean up a bit, and visit Asmund.
Can we find Desmond as well? Has anybody seen Desmond today?
I thought. Wait, where is he? You.
That's an awesome question. Where's Desmond?
Segway.
Apart from being muted.
Desmond's having a bad one in the Undercroft.
Before we carry on, welcome back, buddy. Welcome back.
Listen, when God says fuck that guy in particular and takes down power all around me, there's not much I can do.
Mate,
Can't
don't
even
worry
go
about
anywhere.
it. We
bad.
assumed as much, man. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, I'm aware. There were people in chat with me last night when it went out. So,
Yeah, it's all good. You don't have to worry about it, dude. We're glad you're here. What's Desmond been up to in the Undercroft?
Desmond in the Undercroft has been being a bit restless. He doesn't really sleep, but he's been tossing and turning and almost feels sick, which is interesting because he's never had that before. And granted that a lot of stuff's gone on, chances are he's going to be going and stocking up to see Francis soon.
Oh no. So you begin to make your way up into the folly, or at least the folly's kitchen, where
Yes.
pouring over. In fact, Francis wouldn't be in the kitchen. He's still the
Still in
side
the alleyway.
the side door to the alley is wide open, and you can just hear this. Make some soup. Poking your head around the corner, you stare into the alley and see Francis stirring away at this giant fucking crucible.
And Desmond's gonna go out into the alleyway after him. Francis, what are you cooking?
Yeah. So we've got. He dips a finger into the crucible before licking it. Oh, I got some pigeon. There's some pigeon in there today, you know. We sort of ran out of the snail, you know. That's all we've eaten it all. So yeah, it's pigeon stew.
Pigeon stew. Have you put all the pigeons in?
He points down the alley to the small courtyard where the swing is, and you see a couple of cages with probably about 15 to 20 pigeons just stuck in this cage. I've got a couple left over there if you need some.
All right. This one's gonna stalk over this cage
Oh no.
and just try to open up the side of it and reach in and grab one of these birds that's just flapping around.
Francis goes back to stirring the pot.
But he's gonna reach in until he grabs a hold of one of these and pulls a bird out, shuts the door, and he's just gonna just basically just bash the bird against something and just start eating it raw.
Oh no. France at this point, he's too focused on boiling the pigeon stew, so he doesn't notice you as you're there sat next to this cage. Just Ozzy, as Lee said, Ozzy Osbourne in it.
Well, it's dead, but yes, yeah. And he's just gonna walk with it like it's a snack, and he's just gonna walk back into the folly and down into the undercroft, leaving this little bit of dribble of blood.
You don't want me to cook it first? I can roast it over a fire if you want.
No, just need something for now. I have to find something bigger than pigeon.
Step back into the kitchen, down the basement.
And he's just going to go down to the undercroft and just, finish the rest of that, and then he's going to go back to the bed and just lay there and roll around, just waiting for it to pass. He's just feeling very hungry. That's all.
Before we continue, do you want to call one last BRB for those here?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll do that. We'll call a quick and final BRB before we close out for the last hour or so of this madness. That was dark, everyone. That was dark. I loved it.
Thank you.
That was good. Yeah, Reza, congrats on feeding. It's a good job you got there. I have been timing it.
Yeah. No, I'm timing it too. For chat's knowledge, Reza has to feed every 7 days, or she gets hangry.
Biggest understatement ever.
Yeah.
Exclamation point refilled now. Be right back.
I'll be right by myself. Grab a refill for the drink.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
I'm not sure if Scob is here, but I'm glad you made it back, buddy.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here. I was just gonna grab a drink, but the heat's starting to circulate. It's good.
Heat is good.
Oh, I'm refilled. All right. Not how I was expecting that to go down.
I mean, you give them a chance to fight and they'll fight.
Yeah. Get rid of all possible avenues of being able to fight back, and it's
Yeah.
yeah.
Welcome to my playground. This is how we fight.
Yeah. So, with that then, it sounds like you were all returning to the Folly after dealing with Yerla.
Reapers, what sword?
The brother Alright. So, in that case then, with you all making your way out of the Piker district, some of you more solemn than others, I would imagine, but and perhaps one of the party quite gleeful and sated. You eventually reach the Folly itself, open the door to the busy tavern and step inside. Here you are greeted with the usual sight of oh, that's a bit loud. With Julian offering drinks, Lyella darting around, and a typical uproar of the patrons and customers of the place.
Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Reza is conscious of the fact there are two heads hanging from her belt, so she's going to go to the storeroom and look for a sack.
All right. Yeah, there are still sacks there. Yeah, the contractor didn't steal all the sacks, so you're good.
Okay.
Garrett's going to go to the bar and pick up a bottle of red wine.
Garrett drinking?
No.
No.
Positivity.
As you take the red wine, Julian offers a brief nod in your general direction. Welcome back. I hope all is well. I know you've had a rather busy few days.
Everything's fine, Julian. Thank you. And how are things with you and your lovely daughter?
Well, as always, he motions a hand just in the general vicinity of the tavern. Lyella is, as always, well, doing what she does. Happy as always. Not been many problems as of late. It's actually been rather pleasant, to be honest. The punters seem to have coin. The guards have not thrown anyone out. With the exception of one of the newly employed guards eating a considerable amount, and then there's another one who's been drinking a considerable. But apart from that, no, things are good. Things are good. He motions under the counter and produces a rather large pouch of coin, just to show you, Garrett.
My business has been good.
So, what can I get for you?
I need a bottle of red wine.
A bottle of red wine. For yourself? Top shelf?
Yes, quite a good one. I would think would be good. It's not for me as such, but it will be a gift.
Julian bows his head in response, heads back, grabs a bottle of wine from the top shelf behind him, and with one hand cradling it, and the other hand, like a gesture, like here you are.
My thanks, and hopefully in the coming days we should be able to source some better stock.
Better stock would mean a better clientele, and better clientele typically means more coin. So, I look forward to whatever endeavour it is that you are putting forth. Garrett?
Excellent. Thank you, Julian. And Garrett strolls off up to his room, picks up a little paper envelope, and then back down to the undercroft.
Okay. So with Garrett doing that, what are the rest of you doing?
Cypher going straight to the undercroft to see if you can find Desmond.
Reza is she's got the heads in a bag. But she's coming in through the kitchen. And she's stop and talk to Francis. Francis, my dear friend. I need a massive pot of stew ready to go first thing tomorrow morning.
Francis arches a brow, glances down at this. Oops, that's. I fucking deleted Francis's portrait.
How you manage that?
I don't know. There we go. Alright, so Francis arches a brow, looks down at this stained linen sacks and... I mean, how much stew do you want? Pigeon, alright.
Pigeon's perfect. This bag has the heads of our enemies in it. So...
Unfazed.
Yeah,
Completely
I knew it would
unfazed.
be. So what we're going to do... Remember the spyglass down in Piker?
No.
Right, well, anyways, we're going to go down there tomorrow morning and basically take it over, and we're going to win the hearts of the people with your fucking amazing cooking.
Right. Shithole.
Yeah. Yeah. But we're going to turn it into less of a shithole, and we're going to start making fucking money off of it. Which means better ingredients for you.
Ingredients from Piker.
No. More money to buy better ingredients from elsewhere.
Oh, yeah, I don't think you're going to get from Piker. This is a lot of shit.
No. You're right. It's just like it's not even fit for the sewer rats. But anyways, so tomorrow morning I'll pick up a big pot of stew from you. First thing, and then these heads.
It just looks at the heads. Yeah.
You know what? I'll have Falco deal with these. In the meantime, don't worry. Don't worry your head about it. Get it? It's a head joke.
I don't get it.
Don't worry about it. All right. Thank you, Francis. And then she goes to look for Falco.
Oh, I love Francis.
So, how do you want to do this? So we've got Cypher, Desmond, Garrett heading to the Undercroft. Reza, you're looking for Falco. Vanya, what are you doing?
Vanya's also looking for Falco.
All right. Any preference on which way we go first?
Reza's just going to hand him the bag of heads and say, hey, hold on to these for me. Until tomorrow morning, don't let Francis get them.
Right, I mean, I'm not... Francis is a bit of a freak, but... Actually, no, yeah, you got a point.
Yeah,
All
right, exactly. So, yeah, just guard
sure.
those for me till tomorrow morning.
Oh,
she gives him a wink and then goes to the Undercroft.
Swear he opens the bag, looks, he's like, oh, okay, right, sure, right. He then looks at Vanya. What?
Reza has walked off to the Undercroft.
Hey, Vanya.
Oh, there you are.
Do you want a bag of heads?
No, that's not why I'm seeking you out. Those are yours.
Aye, just what I fucking wanted. Perfect. Cheers. So, and he gingerly puts the bag of severed heads down to the side as he looks towards you. Alright, so, what do you want?
Oh, I think I have a job for your crew.
Right?
I got a little taste of romance today. And I think it may be time for me to find a mate. And
okay.
yeah, so that, my legacy can live on, and I have somebody that will do things for me. It just seems useful. So I have some criteria.
No, I'm not interested. I mean, I appreciate the gesture, Vanya, but I'm not. I'm a taken man.
No, I said a job for your crew. I wasn't asking for you.
Okay.
Are you interested in me, Falco?
No. I mean, there's a man. In fact, there is a chap who might fit. What? In fact, tell me your criteria first. I've got someone in mind, but go lay it on me. Lay it on me.
She starts, like, she's thinking it's because, like, she hadn't buttoned up her dress from her clavicle showing, so she's, like, buttoning it back up, thinking that, like, he was kind of ogling her clavicle. Well, I feel like it needs to be strategic and beneficial for both. So, maybe he needs to be a tavern owner, so that we have something in common. Well-dressed, maybe from the Coinflow district or a district like that. And, well-spoken, has the majority of his teeth, tall, with some hair.
Tall-ish, relative majority of his teeth. Sure.
Well, he doesn't have to have all of his hair, just some, like a sprig. And, nah, he can have all of it. You know what? It doesn't matter. And when I say own a tavern, it needs to be successful.
All right,
or can be made successful.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not exactly the one to, have a soiree with those people outside of lower streets, especially in the upmarket areas. It's can't even say I've been in the walls, so I've got a doctor.
No, that didn't mean anything that I just said. But can you not send your crew out to, like, wrangle me a few of my criteria that I can meet with?
All right, sure. And he holds a hand out towards you, Vanya. Give me your pass to the Coinflow district, and I can send them in. Or at least one of them.
Well, I need to clear that with Garrett first.
So, no, is the answer to your question. No, that's just no.
But
I can't.
But
no.
don't we have extra passes though? Like, Garrett can make extra passes to send somebody to.
Oh, in that case then. No, I mean, if you want to get me some passes to hand out, then that's fine. I don't mind that.
Oh, okay. I'll go talk to Garrett and see if we can make this happen.
All right, I'm a fucking matchmaker now. Perfect. So, yeah, I'll. Anyway, I've gotta go because I don't want these. And he holds up these two blood-soaked sacks. These need to, be out of sight, out of mind. Yeah. So I'm.
Oh, of course, this is not. Yeah, this is not
I'm gonna go.
anything like immediate. Yeah.
Right. If I good luck with your love life, I guess. Eh?
No, good luck for us with my love life, because I'm gonna get you those things, and then you're gonna send your people out to find me the right match, right?
Sure. Yeah.
I'm gonna go find Garrett. She heads out to find Garrett.
What's happening in the Undercroft?
Cypher's hunting for Desmond. He's going in all the little cubicles looking for him. He's like, Desmond. Desmond.
Yes, Cypher.
Oh. Are you okay?
You know, just not. I think I'm okay, just feeling a little bit weird. Not like the maintenance time, but different kind of weird.
Like Vanya weird?
I don't even know how I would know if I was Vanya weird. I don't think she knows she's Vanya weird.
Fair enough.
And Desmond's gonna just roll out of his little bed and start walking towards where Cypher's coming from. And he's not wearing his armor. He's just got like a night shirt on, and he's just he looks like he's having a rough one, which is weird because he normally just has the same expression. Well, no, I think odd thing to say, but I think it might have been something I ate. What have you been up to today?
Well, we've been really busy. I killed Yurla.
Oh,
You should have seen it. Actually, no, you wouldn't have seen it. Crap. Doesn't matter. You didn't miss anything because it's all in the dark.
well, good one then. That's one thing off the list.
True.
Is there any more that needs to be done?
I think Reza's dealing with a rest in Pika. I think that's kind of it for that area. I know Garrett needs to go visit. Yep.
Well, if Garrett has to visit someone, it's going to be either the Society or Dwen or send a letter to Asmund. I don't think he'd go to meet him.
Asmund. He actually wants to go over to see Asmund.
Oh, well. That sounds like it could be fun. Just go see a different part of the city. It's been a long time.
You been to that part of the city?
Probably. But things just fade from memory if you haven't been there long enough. Also, it's probably nicer when I was there, I think. Seems like every part of the city's gotten shittier as time goes on. Just look at the Piker.
True.
Well.
Maybe some fresh air would make you feel better, huh?
Perhaps. And you can see that Desmond has visible blood on his hands and his face. Well, I should probably see to myself and then get above ground.
Yeah, you might want to clean that off.
Oh, that reminds me. He's going to go to his jacket, open up and pull out the decanters. Like, oh, reminds me. This is yours.
You know what? You keep it.
All right, I'll hold on to it, but let me know if you have use of it. Personally, I just like not having to go and find water.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, you've been pretty inventive with it so far.
And Desmond's gonna put on a trickle, and he's gonna start washing his face off. And well, I think yes, maybe some exercise would do me good. And no, I'll be right up. I'll be right up. And
Okay.
Desmond's gonna start looking at all of his finish cleaning himself up, and then get geared up and go above ground.
All right. Garrett, you were in the Undercroft as well. Anything in particular you're doing here?
Yes, I'm combining the bottle of wine that I've got with some of the mushroom tea. A few other little bits and bobs. Ready to take it to Asmund's. As a sample, if you will.
Oh no. So with that then, unless anyone has anything else they wish to add, there's a bit of a trek to the East Commons district.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's been a while. Oh, all right. Somewhere new. Holy shit. With you all setting out now, all prepped and ready, you begin to make your way through lower streets, through Market Row, towards the Polter district. And there, in fact, I've got to remind myself of the name. In fact, no, you can go through the Cornelian Gate. My bad. You head up through Market Row towards the Cornelian Gate. Oh. Yes. All five of you begin to approach the Cornelian Gate, and immediately you see several large armoured forms of the Warden Guards currently going through a multitude of other individuals trying to make passage through. Hanging above the Cornelian Gate is a twisted and rather pathetic looking form of the old governor. Still there, still occasionally writhing, twitching. Reza. Roll me a perception check.
Oh dear. Yeah. That's
This
not
time-
good.
No. You're currently in the process, too busy to really make note of it, but unbeknownst to you, the governor's eyes would focus and just watch you approach the gate. Obviously unable to say anything, unable to move, unable to react, but unbeknownst to you, his eyes would follow you to the gate.
Pass! You there! Next!
Hand over the pass that is Been lovingly made by myself.
The warden snatches the pass gruffly from your hand, raises it up to his helm, bows his brow a little bit to have a look at it.
Alright. Free to go. Next.
He does this for each and every one of you, taking the pass that you've been gifted by Garrett, examining it before waving you through the Carnelian Gate. There'd be a few others on the other side in a separate queue who, you would imagine at one point someone perhaps provided a fake pass, and you just begin to hear the shouts and caws of the wardens as they beat the holder of this fake pass, toss him to the street with the calls of,
If we see you here again, you'll be strung up like that.
the finger pointed towards the vampire that's currently hanging from the gate. And granted, this not just the vampire on his own. There's easily at least 20 to 25 other individuals that are either pinned, spiked, hanged from the gate. It's here you make your way into the East Commons district. As you step into the district, the streets themselves are much, much cleaner than lower streets. The lanterns here all seem to cast a little bit of a reddish hue, none of them burning the whale oil, the vast majority having small luminescent crystals that give off this somewhat reddish hue to the streets. There's a multitude of tarps or red linen drapes that crisscross the tops of the streets and the buildings, giving a modicum of protection from the elements, from the wind, from the rain. And the people here seem to be a lot more happier behind the walls. There isn't the beggars on the sides of the streets that you're used to. There isn't the usual hawkers trying to push whatever wares and snake oil that they've got for sale. It's relatively civilized. On the main streets, at least. But it's here you begin to meander your way through the main streets of the Commons District, heading closer and closer to the Dockland area, the water's edge, which is where the Crimson Lotus is located. Anyone have any questions about the Common or the East Commons District?
Are there any like upmarket vendors like up here that would be interested in?
Roll me an investigation check. There would be a multitude of vendors selling anything from finer linens, silks, perhaps, things imported. A few of the small microbreweries that you are used to would be selling bottles of ale and wines that are a little cleaner. You know, they're selling their wares in actual glass, clear glass bottles rather than the dirty brown that you're used to in lower streets. I would say a certain, why not? I would say a single store catches your attention. Over the top is a large wooden sign, a banner that reads notes, come on, notes, load quicker. So this wooden banner above the store reads The Fickle Coin, and it's emblazoned in painted gold two large magical lanterns seem to cast a glow on the sign itself, making it stand out across, or making it stand out amongst the multitude of other vendors and stalls on the streets.
Might have to pop in there on the way back.
Are we in Coinflow or East Commons?
East
Commons.
East Commons.
Do we sense like a lot more magic use here? And next question is would Vanya notice any of like the mage emblems that she did in the coin flow?
Roll me an Arcana check. This place would certainly have a lot more arcane resonance, mostly due to the fact that pretty much every lantern in the Commons district is a magical illumination stone. You would see from time to time the odd person dressed in a somewhat scholarly or student-esque robe roam the street, but you don't see any. At least on the main roads towards Asmund's place, you wouldn't see any sigils or signs that would point towards Mage Covens.
Is there a heightened warden presence in this area? More than there would be on our side of the river.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes. That's one thing you would be able to notice is that wardens seem to patrol in groups of 4 along the main streets. And as you begin to get closer to the docks, in the slightly more shadier alleys, you'd start to see a few individuals who are perhaps... let's put it as ex-criminals. One individual is sat off in an alley, a small wooden bowl in front of him, and he seems to be gasping for air, unable to talk. As a brief glance, when he does open his mouth, you would see that his tongue has been enlarged, almost swollen.
Is this why he's gasping for air? Because his tongue's so large?
Mm-hmm. Any other questions about the district before we perhaps look at that?
Do we fit in or do we stand out like a sore thumb?
That is a very, very good question. How do you all look at the moment?
Well, Reza looks clean, thanks to prestidigitation, wearing her normal clothes as unripped as possible. Her normal armor, her Roggenwolf cuirass. So I'd imagine she looks... I mean, she looked damn fine in lower streets. I don't know how that compares here.
Rest of you be about the same? Anyone out of the ordinary? Anyone doing anything extra? Garrett?
Cypher would look a bit extra because he's got a new coat, doesn't he?
He does. Garrett?
Garrett will be walking with his back straight, walking tall. He normally not so much tries to cover his face, but tries not to draw attention. But in this district, his elvish come fey features look strangely handsome. If being a little bit cold.
Desmond?
Desmond is pretty much his standard. Just his coat isn't too bad, but it's worn over his chain and everything. He's looking a little bit ratty for this place, for sure.
And last but not least, Vanya. You dress up any different?
Pristine as always. So, she always stands out no matter where she's at because she's, everything's got to be in place. And plus, she's on the lookout for a man now. So she's a little bit more gussied up than normal.
So, your usual pimped up attire for lower streets is pretty much lower rung for the Commons District. Not completely out of place, but at the same time you would all garner the odd glance in your direction of, fur? Really? On a woman? Oof, no. How much makeup's she wearing? Oh, dear me, no. That small child must be a butler of some sort with the worn clothing he's wearing. So no, whilst a few glances would be cast your way, nothing too out of the ordinary. You are presentable for the Commons District. Bear in mind, this is the first time you've walked through the district proper rather than going via the canals like you did last time you were here. Any other questions, or would you like to proceed to the Crimson Lotus?
Shall we proceed?
Yeah. We're almost 4 hours in. Let's get her done.
Yeah. Alright. Stepping onto a familiar street that you met Asmund last time, the Crimson Lotus itself is fully now illuminated with red lights. You open the large double door, stepping inside to a incredibly busy, loud tavern. It seems that since your last visit, a little bit more of the decor's been updated. Asmund appears to be doing incredibly well for himself. And upon stepping in, you just hear the familiar booming voice of the dwarf ring out.
Well, look who it is. I thought they had forgotten about me.
Asmund, at the far end of the room, sat on what can only be described as a overly garish red leather sofa, waves you all over. Sat beside him is another familiar figure, that of Kara Namley.
Asmund, Kara.
Hey, Carla. Oh, fucking Reza. Vanya. Hey, come on over. Take a fucking seat, why don't you?
We move over and take the seat provided.
Cypher's doing the squitchy butt, like, around. It's a funny seat, so he's like,
On the leather.
Reza takes the seat next to Kara, gives her a nod, like they're old friends.
She returns the gesture. Hey, your associates that you sent to pick up the goods were interesting.
oh,
Rather inquisitive, if I may say so. A lot of questions. Very untrustworthy. I was impressed, to be honest, but still annoying.
They are annoying, but saves us doing the more everyday tasks.
Hey, that reminds me that Cara said that you'd had some fucking blokes come down and move some of the shit off the docks. Is that any use to you?
Oh yes, we'll haven't had a lot of time to go through it just yet. Things have been
Oh, I see.
Really
I
busy.
give you no. I give you shit, and you don't even bother to fucking have a look through it. That's fine. That's fine. All right.
Osmond, you'll have to forgive us. We're still learning the ropes. We're not as good as you. Of course, it's going to take us a little time to get that
Oh,
proficient at running the
off.
entire district.
Fucking flattery will get you nowhere. I'm just pulling your, yanking your leg.
I
So-
was yanking yours too. Fuck off.
So, Gallet, you wouldn't be here unless you've got something to bring me. Eh? A business opportunity or intel or something of interest. So,
With that, Asmund clicks his fingers towards the bar in gesture of bringing food and drink to the table, which shortly after a rather scantily clad gentleman appears, puts down food, drinks on the table before offering a bow to the table and departing.
So, oh yeah, we've upgraded. Eh? You know, it's a bit of everything. We cater to the
Yeah.
whole district.
So why is he wearing less clothes if you're upgraded?
Gets more money out of the punters, mate. Flash them a bit of flesh and they fucking love it. I shit you not, right? In fact, you know what? You know that you said you were going to give me money?
Asmund folds his arms, this incredibly large, smug, shit-eating grin plastered across his features.
I don't need it.
I don't ever remember saying I was going to give you money. Sorry.
Oh. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. That folly or, you know, old news, I don't give a fuck. I am rolling in more coin than I could ever fucking dream of. Hey, so, with that said, what you got for me, Garrett?
Well, I did have. Oh, go on.
Go on. No, I'm about to say, Asmund at this point, you know, he's got his feet on the table. He is looking like an absolute piece of shit. So smug in his own, almost like the king of his own kingdom. Cara,
Well,
go on.
It seems like I've wasted my time coming here. Being as rich as you are, you would want to be involved with my scheme that would make even a rich man filthy rich.
Asmund takes his feet off the table, leans forward.
All right. I'll be like a fish from the fucking waters and bite. Nom, 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 nom. Go on.
And this bottle here would make anyone that could sell it an amazingly rich man or dwarf.
He extends a hand towards you for the bottle.
Oh, let me pour you a glass. Just before I do, you've not got anything pressing on for the next half hour or so.
Asmund glances over his shoulder towards Cara.
No. Cara deals with it, so I just have to sit here looking fucking pretty and fine.
So I pour a very small glass of this concoction out, and it looks blood red in the glass. But in it is almost a glitter of gold dust.
Asmund will hoist the glass up towards the light.
This is fucking different. Oh, this is different, alright. Wine, but something earthy, unusual, fucking sparkly as well. Alright, I said I'd bite.
Go on, Garrett.
I like to think of it more as unique. For the man who has everything.
So,
And with that, it takes a quick, only a single sip from the glass, swirls it around his mouth and nods.
oh, that's fucking tart, but sweet. That is different. I bet you the fucking aristocratic bastards up in the fucking districts would love this shit. Oh, I see your plan.
He begins to waggle a stubby finger in your direction, Garrett.
My plan, Asmund, is to sell this to only people that can afford a high price.
He nods as his eyes start to slowly glaze over.
Oh, is that? Hey. Oh, I feel funny. Oh, that's peculiar. Oh, that's good shit. Hey, Vanya, did anyone ever tell you that you're glowing like a radiant fucking angel of old? You look beautiful in you, Reza. Oh. No, never mind. Cypher.
He seems to be giving out the odd compliment to you all before take another swig from the glass.
Oh, this is positively fucking beautiful. Shit, I like it.
Reza leans over to Kara and says, just make sure you catch him if he starts to fall under the table.
Or I could just leave him there and entertain myself for a little while.
Well, far be it from me to tell a woman like you what to do, and she winks at her.
Kara returns the wink.
So, barrels, bottles, what are you selling? How many? What's the price, eh?
I call it the Bloodshot. It's
You bitch.
very small batch. So the price would be very high that you would be selling it at. Very, very high.
I'm gonna have to fucking. What's grabbing? Grabbing long, like a long grab. What's the word for that again? I'm gonna have to long grab some fucking people. Shite. Grasp. Ranged grasp some fucking people for. Oh, fucking hell, this is.
And at this point, Asmund's starting to turn into a puddle on the sofa.
Garrett, if he was to look, Vanya would just be glaring at him, but not saying anything.
What did Garrett call it again?
The
Bloodshot.
Bloodshot.
So yeah, basically this liquid is almost like a dark red wine to the point of almost looking like blood with golden flecks that reflect the light. A very, very striking looking drink, and as evidenced by Asmund currently turning into an ooze on the sofa, pretty strong as well.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the point where Asmund is going,
And that is fucking this. They said like you fucking twat.
Kara casts Asmund a glance, looks back to you all, exhales deeply. All right, I understand now why you said half an hour. He's in no fit state to. Will he even remember this?
Oh, he'll remember. It'll be a happy memory.
All right. Well, look. Congratulations on turning the proprietor of the Crimson Lotus into a fucking dribbling mess.
He actually is dribbling as well. Look.
And
And the fucker.
it brings out your true colors. That drink.
Yes, a absolute dribbling lecher. Great. Now, do you wish for us to? You made your point. He's not going to be able to make any deals now, and I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't allow him to. So, but granted, I certainly see a profitability in this. So, I'll give him a gentle nudge in the ribs when he is more sober, and we'll
Lucid.
lucid. Yes. Do you wish to return here, or shall we send someone to you for sorting out the finer details?
Probably send someone to me, even if you get word to me through your sister.
Do me a favor, though, if you would be next time you, Asmund can't hear this, but next time you come here, would you mind? And she motions towards your clothing. She motions to the rest of the tavern. We tend to ask for a little bit more respectful clientele here. No offense, of course, but if you could tart yourselves up a little bit, it would be appreciated. We have an image to uphold here.
Absolutely. And just say as to Asmund going forward that this beverage, I see it as a profit share between Asmund and us. He can deal with distribution and we will supply the material. Delivery via the road.
That Kara's eyes widen slightly, but completely understanding just how deep the connections are now. She slowly nods. Understood. I'll make sure that is passed to Asmund, and, well, I'm sure this will be a rather profitable venture for all involved, and I will make sure that Valentina is briefed of what's to come. One final thing, though, if I may, whatever it is that is, finger points towards you, Cypher. Just burn it.
You don't like my coat? What?
No, it's the last time I saw someone wearing that, they were on the street corner of the commons, offering their services before being interred by the wardens for open prostitution. So no, he didn't fare well.
Cypher is now recoiling from this. He's like, get it off! Get it off me!
Reza reaches over to help him take it off. Like a mom helping a kid out of his snowsuit.
Vanya's still just glaring at Garrett.
Anything further that you wish to bring forth with the Crimson Lotus crew? Asmund's in no fit state to answer anything, so there's no point in directing anything towards him at the moment. He's just...
I could taste red. Why is this place so red? Red's a good colour. Red's the colour of passion. Oh, I'm passionate. I'm a fucking passionate
I
dwarf.
think that's so cute to get out of here.
Absolutely. Before as
Bonnie
we
and
get up,
I.
Go
as we
Garrett
get up
first.
as we get up to leave, I hand the bottle to Kara and say, in case you need samples.
She
But
eyes
keep
the
it
bottle
up.
wearily. Well, that sort of interesting. Like, I'm sure I will. Sure, why not?
Because potential business partners will need to sample it. I think I could trust you with it rather than our friend here.
Kara begins to nod in response before taking the bottle, putting it aside, and just draping over a silk blanket over Asmund as he's there, just going,
I'm a passionate fucking dwarf. I could show you.
He starts pointing to random people in the tavern.
I could show you a good team. I could show you the best team of your fucking life.
And with that, Kara just steps in front of you all. Cypher, you had something to say.
No, I was just a passionate hi. It's just time to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. As you begin to turn to depart, you see Kara just click her fingers at a few of the guards around, and a rather rotund ginger man with a large beard just steps up, hoists Asmund up, throws him over his shoulder, and starts to waddle away into the back rooms. As Vikland picks Asmund up and escorts him out of him and his passionate ways out of the Crimson Lotus.
Don't get your eye poked out. Oh, sorry, Garrett.
So just very quickly before we get stuck in there, the other dwarf from yesterday was Rurik, who's
So Asmund talks a little bit like this, you know, he's a lot more upbeat and happy.
whereas Rurik,
Lurik's more of a bit of a you down here, you fucking bastard, and I'm gonna sort of rag some skulls and so on.
so yeah, that's different dwarves, but yeah, annoyingly for me as DM, these guys always seem to pick on the dwarves.
Pick on him, I'm going to make him fucking rich.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, they are sort of comedy, but at the same time, you know, there are a lot of the dwarves in this. Rurik's been made a boss of the Piker district. Asmund, who was their initial employer, who is now rich as fuck, is about to be made even more rich. So yeah, dwarves hold a lot of power in this. I've just noticed dwarves hold a fair bit of power in this city. All right.
Like they're material creatures.
Absolutely. So, with that, you step back out into the somewhat covered streets of the Commons district. And you know what? I think from here, it's probably going to be a case of you all would make it back slowly through the streets towards the Carnelian Gate. Again, showing your pass, being shouted at by the wardens on your journey home. Would I be right in assuming that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and on the journey home, you're going to hear Vanya say, do you think I just wouldn't notice, Garrett?
Notice what?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about.
Did you find a man already?
Maybe she's into
No.
you. How regal you look right now.
No. Quit trying to change the subject. She holds two fingers up to do quotation. The red shot, or whatever you're calling it right now.
Bloodshot.
The bloodshot.
Rolls
Hey.
off the tongue nicely, doesn't it?
You changed the name without talking to me. And you failed to give me credit for the creation. I was not included in on any of this.
Garrett, would you like me to handle this?
No, Reza, step back. This is between Garrett and I. Do you know how hard I worked to try to get into your office to get that? And failed.
18 times, might I add.
That's right. Have you... Oh. But that's besides the point. How are you going to make this up to me?
Make this up to you?
Is it too late to change the name?
Yes. We're selling this to rich and noble people in the eastern side of the city. People that revere the court. So we gave it a name that would appeal to people that love the court.
But you didn't consult me, Garrett. It was mine. I feel so hurt.
Well, you're just going to have to learn to live with it with all the money that you're going to make from it.
Will you get me a new dress?
No. But what I will do is give you a share of the profits every month.
Every month?
Every month.
What's my share? Do I get more than they do because I was the creator?
You will get an equal share with everybody else.
Reza puts her arm around Vanya and pats her shoulder, and with her other hand hands her a sweet bun out of her treats pouch that she still maintains for Vanya when she gets upset.
Vanya's gonna take it. She is so stressed at this point.
Vanya, think of it this way, my love. Nobody knew who created the Obsidian Veil, right? And how mysterious and powerful do they all think it was because of how mysterious its origin was? We're attempting to create the same mystery and intrigue.
I don't think that was the reason.
Wait, would you let me help you or not? I'm trying here, but you're not working with me. Do I need to write this down?
I just...
You have your hands full working with me on the Piker Renaissance.
You're right. Okay, I'm making money off of this. I can buy a new dress.
What would they do if they saw the happy healer in the state you're in now? Pull yourself together, woman!
No, Andre.
She hits
In
another
fact,
sweet
Vanya,
button.
I have a task for you.
Yeah?
What Kara said was right. We do look out of place here. Maybe you can find some finery.
Reza
first, when we
shoots
rub shoulders with-
daggers at Garrett with her eyes.
Something that suits each of a particular style. And we will have veto powers over it.
No, how dare you think that shopping can make up for this? Do I have an unlimited budget?
You do not have an unlimited budget. We will talk more of it when we get home.
I will veto the veto power. This is what I do. You will wear what I tell you to.
Reza shoves another sweet bun into the general vicinity of her face.
Okay, we'll negotiate a little bit later. I hold the power right now.
Yes, you do. Good girl. Come on, let's go home.
I do because I've been wronged, Reza.
Yes, you have. Come on, let's go home. We don't want to make a scene here.
You're right. I'll hold it together till we get back to the folly. I'll probably go to my room for a little bit to calm down because I will say things that I probably shouldn't. Garrett, I will see you in the morning.
With that, unless Garrett, you wish to say something, I'm pretty much good on saying we call it there.
Mm-hmm. Garrett just continues walking, whistling to himself, not giving a shit.
All right. So then, with that, you all begin to make the way back, as stated before, through the Commons, through the Cornelian Gate, Market Row, lower streets, eventually reaching the Baron's Folly. I had originally planned for something, but do you guys want one more session for the aftermath of this before stuff occurs? Or shall we...
I don't know, maybe we can talk about the only thing that we've really kind of left to do to wrap it up is the scene at the Spyglass Tavern in the morning, getting all of Irla's team on board with the fact that they report to Rurik now. And we do that through food.
In that case, then, rather than RPing that out, I'm going to say, from this point on, I'm going to give you all some homework. We're going to have a 2-week time skip / downtime. This is to allow the world to advance for certain projects that have been in the motion for a while now to progress. This would be the work that Dwen's doing on the tavern, the research and knowledge of you guys learning Abyssal. Desmond, you've got something that you're looking at alongside the how you acquire the assistance of what of the Malmstown smithy for what you want. So basically, I'm going to say at this point then, next session will be the culmination of what's occurred in the coming 2 weeks. What you've learnt, what you've done. I know, Vanya, you'll not be here for next week, so you've got a little bit longer to brew on this. Also, there's a reason why you won't be around next session. So
you know I'll need it.
So yeah, in that case, then we're gonna basically go for a 2-week downtime at this point for things to progress. So I don't want a little, oh yeah, I've just done this for for a little bit. This is 2 weeks worth of downtime. I want a story from you all. I want some of that deep, veiny lore, some of that awesome RP. Because next session is going to be all on you guys. Good luck.
God, you think of the super long rest we're getting as well. 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Perfect. So yeah, if there's anything further and wishes to add, now's the time.
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat.
Good night.
And see you next time on Pariahs.
God. See, it wouldn't be the same, Scob. It wouldn't be the same.
That's right.
All right, I'm muting you fuckers up. Go on, bugger off, players. So yeah, everyone, thank you very much for joining us for fucking episode 48. 48. We've been doing this a while. Thank you for all of the support, everyone. As always, thank you for all the unexpected events. Thank you for the. Just do this in order. Smith, thank you again for the Prime sub. 10 months of it. Vanilla Ducky, thank you for the follow. Lucius, thank you for the gifted sub to Vanilla. And then Rayvon, as the absolute mad lad, just splooging around with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. You need to have a sound... You know what? That's not a bad shout. No, I'm not. No, I've got a... no, I like it live. I like it live. If, you know... I'll just have to lament the loss if he lost his power and just cry to myself. But on that, I'm going to click this button. Head over to the end screen. Find something a little less depressing to end us on. There we go. Perfect. Alright, let's have a look, see if anyone's currently streaming that we can raid. Who's doing D&D is the question. Oh, Durs is streaming. Let's go and annoy Durs for a bit. Enders Gaming is currently playing a little bit of the old Alan Wake. Alright, everyone, with that, we will see you all hopefully Saturday for episode 6 of Chronicles. It is actually episode 6. I put the number wrong last time, but yeah, episode 6 for Chronicles, and then Sunday for episode 49 of Pariahs. With that, ta-ta for now.